Hello everyone. So welcome to the project on how to create a space station. So as you can see, I loaded here the reference just to show you what we are going to work on. So for this project, the main goal is to achieve the shape of this space station and add as many as possible details from this reference. Throughout this project, I will teach you how to read the references, read the details, and use different tools in order to achieve the goal that we desire. So we are going to start off probably from the left side and work our ways to the middle part. Fun thing that you can see here on this reference is that actually this side here, this whole piece here, and this piece here are actually symmetric. So what we can do is basically duplicate everything. So once we finish with the left side or the right side, we will see which one we will start off. So when we finish the one side here, we can just duplicate everything to the other, which will be useful. It will save us a lot of time. Then for the middle part, as you can see, there are not clear all details that we should work on, but we will try to give our best to take as many as possible details from here. The model will be an medium detail size, so we won't work on each and every detail specifically. The reason for that is because I'm choosing to work on this way because usually this type of projects are worked by engineers, and usually they have the blueprints for each part differently, each part separately. So since we don't have that, I wouldn't like to really add many details that I don't know how they look or anything like that. So yeah, that's basically it. Welcome and stay tuned for the first session. Hello everybody, so welcome to the project of creating the space station. So as you can see, we have loaded the reference, and there's a little bit more of information I have to give you about this project. So like first, this project is the first time that I'm actually creating the space station, so this will be sort of a hard time for me too. So I'm sorry if I create any mistakes or anything. Also, what I can say is that this is the reason I'm using this reference. We have another one that I showed you in the intro, but the reason that I'm using this one is because this is actually the highest quality of reference for a space station that I could find and on the internet, and that gives us this much details. And I believe this is actually the real-time space station. And also the reason I'm using especially this one is because this gives us a sort of the best way of a front view that we can front view reference image plane, whatever that we could use. So without further ado, let's just get started. I will start from this side, and hopefully what we want to do is just create this whole section here. So basically the whole section from the start of the left to the middle, and then duplicate this for the other side, because as you can see, this is basically all the same thing. And what we have then is just to recreate this part of here. Okay, so for any details basically that we are missing here, we can see them here. Okay, so you can see what's basically going on this side, and we can just recreate it here. Okay, so without further ado, let's just get started. So as I said, I will start from this side. What I would probably like to start from would be these planes here. So what we will start with would be just one simple cylinder. Okay, let's just create one. I'll push it here. I'll turn my X-ray on just so I can see the reference through the model. Okay, what we want to do now is just scale this. Turn it around a little bit, so like this. Scale it a little bit more, something like this. Okay, like that. And let's place this in about
this position. Okay, so what I would do now would be, let's just see. I would probably just scale this a little bit more, like that. Okay, that looks better. Now what I would probably do is just start with extruding this model. So I'm just going for faces here. I'm just going to select everything like that. Okay, like this. That's great. So first thing we want to create is just this small part that we will extrude inside, so we have this nice detail over here. We'll push this around later. We're gonna do the same thing here, like this. Okay, so Control Shift, one more. Okay, let's just go back, like that, one more, like this, and I believe this is the last one. Okay, like that. That looks good. Now what we want to do is just go for the downside here and start with these parts. So we have to extrude these ones too. Okay, let's go. So we're just gonna create one more for this one, and I believe I can just push it down now, like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just go for faces and just reselect everything here, like that, and just go for extrude and push it in like that. Okay, now as you can see, we are starting to give this shape a little bit of details that we are needed from here. So before I actually start with all this sort of a grid like part, it's actually something real weird. I don't know if this is circular or cubic shape. I think this is a cubic shape actually. Yeah, really small one. So before we start with that, I will just create these planes real quick. So what we want to do now is let's just go a little bit more on the sides. Actually, you know what? Let's just go here and place this on like 0, no, like 0, like this. So we don't want to change this. We don't have to change this rotation for now. We will change that later. So let's just go and create these. I think this is the tubes again, so I'll just go for cylinder. Just create cylinder shape like this. So what I'm going to do is just move it around back to the position here and scale it really small like that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just rotate this just to see if my measurements are right. Okay, now as you can see, we can pull this down, and the difference now is that I don't want it to be on this side. What I want to do is actually place it somewhere on this side, but let's just see here. This would be the easiest side to work on. We will just recreate it. We'll change the positions later. So what we want to do is just rotate this for 90 degrees. So let's just delete this one, and let's just delete this one. Go for 0, go for straight 0 here, and go for a 90 here, like this. Okay, so what I want to do now is just push it in and push it up, I believe. Yeah, actually this goes a little bit like here, I believe, and now we have some parts that will fix on this. Now what we want to do is just go for these vertices and push them out for about this size. Now what we can do is just give this a nice shape, and just real quick check on the details around this area. So this would be good. Yeah, this would be good. We probably want to just add immediately the lines, so we don't have to deal with that later, and so we can copy this without any problems like this. Okay, so as you can see now, we are starting to get this nice cube. Okay, what we can do is just push the same one here like that. Okay, what I'm thinking right now is just going for actually the center of a grid like this, so I can work from there. I'll just create these parts separately and then just move them around the way they should be. Okay, so what we want to do at this part would probably be just adding some more details from here. So we have some sort of the nice cubes that are going down on top of this. From here we have these parts that are going on another tube that holds this part together, and then just scaling one huge plane over here. What I will do now as a difference is that I will actually just use that one from downside to copy it over here and just place it there. Okay, probably. Let's just see how that goes. Okay, so what we want to create now would be the cube. We want that shape. Okay, just go for top real quick. What we can do here is just probably placing one like that, going for scale a bit like this. Yeah, I think that would be the good one. Now let's just go for a side view real quick. Scale this down, and now what we want to do is just add one nice line here at about the middle. Take these vertices and push it up a little bit like that. Okay, so let's just go with this. Okay, like that. So you just want to recreate a little bit of how can I call it, curved shape like this. Okay, like that. Okay, let's just see what we got. Yeah, that looks good. Now what we want to do is just place it on top of this. Now what we could probably just go for would be at the side view. So what we want to do is just go here, smooth this out, and just fix this look a little bit like this. Okay, so like that. Just push it outside a little bit and push it inside a little bit. Go again for the vertices. Take these ones at the middle. Sorry, not at the middle, at the bottom. I believe we took the ones we need. Now what we want to do is just scale them in like that. We can take these from the sides here and just scale them in like that. Okay, now let's see what we've got. Yep, that looks good. So what we want to do is just duplicate this part and push it here to the side like that. Okay, let's just see what we got here next. So what we have is I'm not sure, but I would guess it's some also cubic shape here that creates that line between these two parts. So what I'm going to do is just go for this. Actually, we don't need this duplicate yet. We'll duplicate everything from here like this. Okay, so just small part like that. Okay, like this. that would be fine. That. Now what we want to do is just scale it down, push it in, okay, and just turn it, let's just say 45, minus 45 degrees, like that. Now what we can do is just place it something like this. Maybe just create it a little bit thinner and a little bit thinner over here. Okay, like that. Let's real quick just isolate this so I can add some lines. Okay, those are two wrong lines. Actually, this at the middle could stay just to keep this a little bit better. Like this, okay. So, like that. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Let's check the reference. Okay, there is only one difference. What we have to do is change the rotation here. So we actually have to change the one just direction. It would be, let's just see which one is here, like that. Okay, so let's just go here for minus 90, here for minus 45, and here for 90, like this. Okay. Okay, that looks good. We could just probably just push it a little bit more down, like that, and push it in. Okay, that looks good. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this part too. Add it for about the middle. Actually, no, just push it about here. Now what we want to do is just take this this pipe that we created and duplicate it. Now push it outside and just scale it down like this. Okay, let's just see how much we have to scale that. Well, it's a lot. So it's something like this. Let's just go for modify center pivot so we can do this a lot easier. Okay, like this. Place it in the middle and push it out like this. I'll probably have to fix this now from the other side. Okay, let's just say this is good. Go for vertices here. Take these ones and okay, just go like here. Take the other one. Go for vertices here, and push it for about the same position. So it's like this. Okay. Okay, so we successfully created this whole part. What we can do, just go for front view, go back for this side here, and just fix the way this looks. So it goes like here, and same thing goes for the other side. Goes a bit inside like that. Okay, so a bit inside like that. What we want just is to go for edges, take this edge from here and push it in, but let me just real quick check what's going on with this edge. Yeah, for some reason I did not push this correctly, so what I'm going to do is just go back for vertices, push them outside like that. Yeah, I can see that there's some problem, but I do not know what. Okay, so let's just go back and fix it like that. Yeah, that now looks good. Okay, let's just check this out real quick. So basically this would be the first piece of this huge puzzle. So what would be next? Let's just see. Also, one more thing. These parts here should go a bit more inside. So it's like this. Okay. So it's like that. That looks much better now. Okay. So the leaving part for this would be just creating this whole sort of plane. I'll just use the plane, and after that I will just go for textures. I don't believe I have to do anything else here. So let's just rotate this for 90 and go for our side view. Okay, like this. Push it up just so I can check where we are. Yeah, we are about at this exact position that we have to be. Okay, now what we want to do is just scale this. I can actually do this too from the front view, like that. So let's just go for vertices real quick. Push them in like that. Let's just see how much it's pushed inside. It's actually not okay. So it's actually a bit more outside than inside. That's interesting. Okay, so let's just push it here on the same. Okay, that's good. And basically what we want to do now is just go high with this object. So it's something like, I don't know, something like this, probably even more like this. Let's go for one more centimeter here. Okay, let's just see how this looks now. So at the moment, this is the one part that we've created. It looks pretty fine. So we are just creating now for the first. I'll do this as I usually like to work, so just creating the basic design. And after that, we'll start to focus ourselves more on the details. Okay, let's just fix this from a little bit. Okay, so let's just see what would be next for this. What I would probably like to do for before I'm starting actually with uh, creating the duplicate and everything and moving with the other parts is just pushing this outside a little bit, so I can go for extrusion on this whole model and go here and just extrude this. Just see on what side, so it should be on this side. So something like this. Yeah. So something like this. This would be good. Now we have to position this again. Let's just see. About this position would be good, I believe. We just go for a little bit more like that. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, this looks really good. Now, what we want to do for our top part here would be, let's just see how this looks like. So this is now a different shape. So this is some sort of a cube with with a little bit of details, and then one cylinder that's connecting these two blocks. So the way we're gonna create this would be creating this first cube, pushing it all the way up like that. Okay. So as you can see, this is the easy part actually. Easier than I expected. The problem will be when we start creating the main parts, because this is a lot of details around. So if we just manage to create this part here, we are literally happy and one lucky people. Okay, so what we want to do here would probably be just going for insert edge loop, adding one about this far from the edge on both sides. Now what we want to do is just go for all the, oh sorry, not for all these faces, but all faces like this and like this, and just going for extrude. So we extrude about like that. So we create this nice shape that we need. Probably just scale it down a little bit like that. Just go for edges. Okay, like this. That would be good. Like that. just go full here and then full on this side. That's the wrong one. Okay, now I have to go for inside loops too, like this one over here, this one here, and this one here, this one here, and this one here. Okay, this will leave us with a good looking model. What we have to do probably would be just adding some lines on this side here too, and adding it over here. Let's just check out this real quick. So this looks good. Only thing left is fixing this side. So we're just going to add lines from this side, and I believe this would be the last line that we have to create. The others are very well set. Just create that and check out. That looks good. Now, as you can see, this is not really much bigger than this pipe that we created downside. So what we want to do is just go for a front view like this, and that has to go for about a half of this model. Okay, so let's just go before we did that. Place it like this. Go out of the smooth preview. Go for vertices. Take all of these and push them inside like this. Okay. So as you can see now, that looks pretty fine. Let's just see the difference between this part, if I can, and that part. I believe this is pretty good. We'll check out when we create. And one here, and we are now left with enough space where we can add the cylinder part that we need. Let's just move this a bit inside so we can check it out. Also, what we want to do now is go for vertices. Just go for these, push it in like that, just like here. Take these ones, push them in like that. Okay, now go for this one, do the exact same thing. So for about here, and this one for about here. Okay, that looks good. Now what we want to do is just go for all these, push them inside like that. Okay, so now as you can see, we are starting to get these details here, and what we are left with is just taking this, going for our edge loop tool, going for multiple, adding 2 lines like that. Now what we want to do is just rescale them. We can do that from a front perspective. Let's just go here, and we want to scale that to about this position here. Okay, and now what we want to do is just delete this part, this gap between, like this. Okay, now what we want to do is just go for edges. Oh, okay, also that, yeah, I forgot about this. So we have more faces like that. We have to delete ones here, and we have to delete ones in the middle. Totally. Okay, so we are left with this part like that. Now what we can do is just go for a separate function, and now we are left with 2 different meshes. Now what we can do is just go for edges and take, actually we don't even have to do the edges, we can just go for fill hole. I believe we did not add any edges on this model. Yeah, so let's just go for a fill hole here and fill hole here. So that's leaving us with 2 separate parts. So as you can see now, we are basically created this whole section, at least this one here. Okay, now as I'm looking at it, I could probably create it a little bit bigger. Let's just see how it looks. I don't know, I think this is fine. And now what we want to do is just create a cylinder, go for a front view, and okay, that's good, and just scale this to about this position, like that. Okay, let's just scale this a little bit more. Okay, so this is the position where it should go. Let's just go real quick for a reference and see how big it should be. That's not really big. Okay, it's something like this. At the top of this, it goes a little bit outside, so at top of this will go one straight line, like that. Okay. Let's just check this out. So we have a small grid, if you can see it. Let's just pull that out maybe. A small grid over here that connects, and also this huge part over here that connects. So I would say that this actually goes down like that. Okay, and now what we have to create is that part over there. Let's just see if I have any details on this before moving on. No, so it's pretty basic. Yeah. Let's just move its position here. So like that. What I would probably do is just check it out from here. Yeah, this looks good. This looks really good. So what we want to do now is just probably just changing this upper part a little bit. And the way we're going to do that is just by taking the vertices and going for a middle vertex. So if we push it up a little bit like this, it will basically give us the look we want, like that. Okay, so what we want to do is just add some lines. I forgot to go back for a relative, like that. Okay, and now push this in, and as you can see now we're getting that nice shape that we wanted. So the next part that we have to create would be this this piece that connects the both of these parts. So let's just go here real quick. Scale it. Scale it a little bit more, like this. We'll start from here. Okay, let's just go for our side view. Push it in like that. Take it smaller. This at the middle, like that. Okay. So what we want to do now is just go for this face over here. I'll just do it from a perspective view. Push it a little bit out of the line, like this. Push it one more time, like that, and start bending. Now I will go for a front view, and as you can see, we will just start with the bending process here, like that. So we need to go like this. Let's actually just push it here, maybe add some more lines to it later. Okay, like this. Rotate it a bit more. Now we're starting to get closer to the shape. Now what we want to do is just recreate this position a little bit, this line that it needs to follow. I'll just go for straight here, like that. And now what I want to do is just go for this rotation again, like this, and start moving this further in, like this. Okay. We'll add some more lines to this. Don't worry about that. Okay, so let's just move this. So like that. Okay, that looks good. Now what we want to do is just one more, like this. Now we have to scale it like that. Okay, and just push it in. So like that, basically giving two different extrusions like this. Okay, so what we want to do now is probably just fix the vertices here a bit. So as you can see here, I can fix this a little bit. I can move this parts down a bit more. So it gives us some more of a bending here. So it just goes a bit more like that. Fix this side over here. Fix these vertices real quick here. So it goes something like that. Okay, now fix this one. Also this one here. Going for this one, just push it a little bit down. Okay, like that. Now for these, since they are at the middle, what I can do is just push this one at this side and this one at this side, so it's about at the middle. What I can do here is just probably push things around like that. Let's just see if I add lines, what this would actually look like. So let's just go for, let me just real quick check something out. What we could do is just actually recreate this look from here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines actually. What we can do is just go for recreation of this exact same look. So like that. Scaled up. Scale this up too. Not that object. Scale this up too, like this. Now what we can do for this one is just pushing it down like this and changing the rotation. And now for this one, just going like here, like that. Okay. And just pushing this down a little bit more. Yeah, like this. This would be better. Now going for these vertices that we later, before doing this, we just scale them down. Just push it a bit up again. And, oh, sorry. And this gives us a similar finish like here. What we want to do now next would be probably just pushing this down like that. Okay, so this is good at this side. What I want to do actually with these would probably be just scaling like that and pushing like this, moving these ones down a little bit, moving this one down a little bit like that. Okay, what we want to do next here is adding lines. So we keep the shape as always, so just add one here, add one down, add one from the side here, add one from the side here, add one at the end, and add one at the end here. And let's just see what we've got. Okay, so this looks pretty good. Okay, that's the one part that holds these things together. We will add probably the screws later on here and so on. One more part that I would actually create here would be, I won't create it now, so it would be a later on. But that part would probably be just one from this puzzle over here that we have. So from this grid, as you can see, as we create this grid, what we can add is probably that small one grid here. Now, how we're gonna create this grid, let's just see how it actually looks. So it's basically all in cube shape, holding from these two separate lines. So each side has, I guess, one line on this side. Actually, this is a two lines inside this, and each line from this side. Okay. For this, I would have to just go for isolation. So what we want to do is just create this small cube and scale it all the way up like this. So for instance, let's just say that, let me just change that real quick. So let's just go for isolate again on this particular model that we created. So what we want to take now and look at is this cube, this exact cube that we have here. Okay, so what we want to do is just push this down like this, go for these ones, push them down like this, scale this. So we need this to be really thick one, like that. Okay, that would be good. What we want to do next would be just going same thing from each and every perspective. So we just want to isolate here and go now for, I don't know, let's just go for whole object and just scale it down. And again try scaling it into the cube. So let's just go for vertices and like that. Now as you can see, what we got is a really nice shape over here. And now what we want to do is just position it right at the center here. Just go for modify center pivots just so we have a better look. If you press an X, you can just move it from one point to another. So I now placed it exactly at the center. Now what we want to do is just go for duplicate, push it down, and rotate this for 90, like this. Now what we want to do is just place it here, again, exactly at the same position, like this, okay? So we can push this a little bit down, like that, okay? So we want to duplicate this one. Oh, sorry. A real quick check what we've created here now. We don't want this duplicate. We want this one to go down here and go for a front view just to check it out. Okay, so now as you can see, we can take these lines a little bit up, so this part can get here nicely. Okay, like that. And now we can just move these lines over here. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this one and push it on the other side, like this. Okay. Now what we want to do is just take this one and duplicate it here on the other side, like that. Okay. Now what we want to do is just repeat this process. So just duplicate these, push them up, like that, and take these and duplicate and push them at the side, like this. So as you can see now, we're getting this sort of two cubes, two cubic shapes. Now what we're going to do is just go for combine on this one, go for center pivot, and after that is duplicating, pushing the duplicate at the middle and just rotating it for a 90. And now what we're going to do is just push it inside like this. Okay, now what we're going to do is just go for object. Okay, sorry, let's just go back here. Now what we want to do is just go for an object and separate, and we want to delete everything except these two top ones. Now what we want to do is just go back inside like this, go for our front view and push it in like this. So a bit more, like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just go for duplicate and do the same thing for the other ones here. Okay, so now as you can see, we're starting to get this cube, and what we want to do next is just duplicate this one and go for center, like that. Let's just go back here, go for a top view. Actually, that's not a top view, this is a side view probably. Side view looks better for this. Yeah, and now just push it at the middle, like this. Okay, so this is what we needed. And what we need is one more here. Okay, so this is basically what you need here. But we'll do that a little bit later. So the second part of this would be just grouping this everything here, moving it up, scaling it down like that, pushing it in, going for our front view. So just pushing it in like that. Create it about the right size. Let me just real quick check from what it starts. So it starts exactly from this point here. Actually, it starts exactly from this point over here. Wait, let me just real quick check this out then. Yeah, this is the part actually between these. Oh my god. Okay, I saw that something is a little bit weird. Okay, we're just gonna fix this real quick. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with the model. What we want to do is just place this here, like that. Okay, let's just check that out real quick from here. So we're just gonna scale it down a little bit more. Let's just go for a center pivot. It will be easier. Keep this in the group, just so we can scale it and position it again. I'll just go for both here so I can check out on how much I can pull things. Okay, this looks good. And now what we want to do is just duplicating and keep duplicating this at the same position. So let me just real quick show you what I mean. So something like this. So now just keep clicking the Shift D, and as you will see, we'll start getting this nice shape that we need. So what we're gonna do now is just recreate this all the way to the top, like this. Okay, this looks good. So there's only one more thing that we have to do. So that would be just taking this part over here, so everything from here, and this part, just see, okay, duplicating this, pushing it at the other side, like that. Just real quick check this out, and yeah, actually from the front. Just check this out, so it goes up like that. All the way to the top, but I don't get it. I see this as sort of inside. I guess it's not. So there's nothing really, there's no really big problem. What we have to do just now is take everything again. So each model that we create here, and just push it in like this, like that, for instance. Go for probably the top view. So let's just go for top view and see to place this in about the middle. Now go for all these parts over here, push them inside like this. Now only thing you want to do really is just push this on the other side and push these parts, take these parts here, group them, so just group them, scale them, go for a center pivot, scale them up a little bit and push it in like this. Okay, now we're gonna see what we can fix here. Let's go from this side. Okay, so this has to be at about this position here. What I can do now would be just taking one of these, I don't care which one, just give me one vertices, and pushing it all the way up again. Okay, like that. Okay, now what I can do is just go back here, pushing this at the side here like that, scaling it. So what I want to do really is just scale this. Let's just, before doing the scale, go for modify center pivot. So I want to scale this. Modify center pivot like that. I want to push it in like this. Okay, let's just delete this one real quick. I'll fix that later on. Okay, so let's just fix this plane real quick. So we are just going to go for a vertices, go for all the right side vertices. Just check out where this should go. It's something like this, I believe. Even more like that. Okay. Actually, this is good since we forgot to add and lines to this plane. I can just do that from here, and then we'll just duplicate things around. So we're just gonna duplicate from here too. Go back here and go for a vertices and push it all the way up here like that. Okay, so what we're gonna do here now is just go for vertices again and push it inside this one like that. And this is all good now. Yeah, this looks now good. Okay. Yeah, so it's like this. Okay. So what we're gonna do now? Let me just real quick check if everything's fine and correct here. Probably. Let me just check out here. Yeah, probably what I want to do is just take these vertices from here and those up here and change this a little bit inside. Go a little bit inside. So I think it will be better if it goes a little bit inside, like this. Okay. So let's just isolate this plane real quick, so we can add some lines. So we don't want these lines to be exactly at close to the main edges, because we need something to look at this a little bit curved, at this plane. So we don't want much go on like this. So as you can see now, we're getting some actually nice curve around it. That's good. So one more thing we have to fix before actually working on with this, keep working with this, is we have to move things around here a bit. So let's just take everything from here, move it like this side. Let's just go for a front. We can from the top and see what we have to move. Okay, so let's just see everything that's going on. It actually has to go this way, like that. And now this part has to actually go here. So it has to go a little bit bigger. It has to grow like this. Let me just really quick check that out. That looks good. And now what we want to do with this part is just move it a bit inside like this. Create it a little bit bigger, like that. Push it down. So sort of like this. Like that. And now what we want to do is just go for let's just see this part and this part. We want these two parts to be isolated, and this part has to go on that side. So we just have to reposition everything a bit from the top. Actually, this is good. So we're just recreating now the whole look. Let's just real quick check this out. This doesn't look good at the moment. Yeah, I took a bit more than I needed. So these guys go here. I just real quick smooth this out just to see what we got. So from the side view, from top view, it looks good. One thing that we have to really change now is Let's just check out which ones are these. Yeah, so these ones have to go a bit down like this one especially. Now this one has to go down like that, this one has to go down like this one like that, and this one like this. Okay, that looks good. And from this perspective, let's just see how it looks. Yeah, so what we want to do here is just change the positions. Okay, let's just go here like that. I'll have to do this from the perspective view. So like that, like this, taking everything from here, pushing it in like that. Now go here and fix a small problem that we have at this place. So these over here and these ones over here has to go up too, and has to go a bit outside like this. Yeah, this looks good now. Let's just real quick check that. Okay, what happened here? These vertices are just going crazy. I don't want them to go that way. We want to go here. We don't want these ones to go around like that. We just want to go here. Let me check it out. Yeah, that looks good now. Yeah, this looks better. Let's just forget about this part. We'll have to recreate it actually. I don't like it that way. We just messed it too much. So what we're just gonna do is duplicate all these parts here. Okay, so just click on duplicate and move them here at this position. So let's just check it out from here. Okay, so best thing I can do is just push it here. That way is enough. Okay, like that. And let's see what we got. So for now, this is the part that we've created, and it looks pretty good. And the next session we will continue with this. Thank you guys for watching and stay tuned. Hello everyone, so welcome back to the project how to create a space station. So this is where we left off. We create basically all these planes, and what we're gonna go now for will be this part over here. So we'll see to get finished in this session, this whole part, this whole section. So before we start, what I want to do here is just take everything from the separate part that we created for these planes and combine it. Just so I can move it easily, I'm just gonna name it a station plane. Okay, like this. Now what I want to do is just move it out so it does not interfere with this part that we're gonna create. So let's start. So how we're gonna create this is I would actually first start with this grid. So if you can see here, we have two lines that create a grid, same as down. There are some details on it. We're gonna work on that, and then we're gonna start adding these planes around this part, and we're just gonna duplicate that all the way here, all the way to this part. Then we're gonna add these details from here. After that, we're just gonna duplicate this part over here and assemble it over here, and that would be basically it. I think that's how we're gonna create it. So let's just start with a cube. What I want to do here is probably isolate it just so I can work better on it. I would scale this down like this, then scale it up like that, scale it more like this. Okay, so this looks good for now. Maybe even more, something like this, since there will be two grids. Okay, like this. So basically what we want to do is just duplicate this multiple times. So this first duplicate, we're just going to rotate for 90 degrees like this, and we're going to move it at the side over here. Now what we want to do is just go for vertices, take these upper vertices and move them down. Okay, something like this would be good. We'll check that scale later. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this part again and move it up. We're gonna duplicate this part and move it here like that. Okay. So that would be good. Now what we want to do is just move these ones down. Let's see, about more, a little bit more like this. Okay. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this one more time and set it here. Okay, and now what we want to do is just duplicate this whole part and place it somewhere over here. Okay, so this would be our first part. Actually, yeah, we can do it that way, and then what we can do is just duplicate this, modify center pivot, and just rotate it for about, let's just go for real quick here for freeze transformation, and now we're just gonna rotate it here for 90 like that. Now what we want to do is just move it inside here like that. We want to change the scale of these ones, so push it down like this. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this part here like that. Okay, sorry, Control D, and just duplicate everything on the sides so we can create something like this. Now we will have to work a little bit more on the details over here. So what we want to do is just isolate these inner ones like that. Now what we want to do is do the scaling. So we want to scale it down like that and scale it down like this. And we want to do the same thing here. So we want to scale it down like this, maybe a little bit more like that, and we want to scale it in like this. Okay, now what we can do is just take these, delete them, and push these ones down like that. Okay, so let's just go back here, check it out. So now we have some details around it, but before we start with the details there, I will just add these planes that would go on top. So for this, what I'm gonna do is just go back here at the top view and just scale things out. Okay, so let's just start from here, from this side. Okay, we're gonna move this in. Take these ones, move them in like that. Okay, what we would do now would be just moving it down like this. And now what we want to do is add some lines. So we would have to go, nope, that's the wrong one. So what we would like to do is just add one line like this. So we can take this one and push it down like that, okay? That looks good. Now I can extrude it. Let's just check out some details here. So this would be this first part. Now I can extrude it here. That's the second one. this would be the third one, and this would be the last one, like this. Okay, now what I can do is just take this one, push it a bit in more, push it down a little bit more, take these, push them down a little bit, like that. This is just fixing now. Okay, so something like that. For the rest, what I'm going to do is just add a simple planes, but first let's finish with this one. So let's isolate this. So now what we have to create would be something like this. So we need one line here, one line here, and the last line here. Okay. Okay, also what we need is one line here. I forgot about it. Okay, the reason we're creating this now is because we want to take these parts, these faces, and extrude them down like that. Okay, so what will this give us is these details from the top that you can see here. We can even maybe create it a little bit wider actually. So let's just go back before we added these lines. Let's start then in this case from here, for instance, from the other side. So this wide would be enough. Okay. Now I'm not going to extrude this whole plane. The reason for that is because we need this plane to be in, well, a low poly. Okay, like this. Yeah, that looks better. That looks definitely better. So what we're gonna create now would be this side here. So it has the two faces. So we're just gonna rotate this for 90 on x-axis. Go for a front view and just find a model. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to X-ray just so I can see where I'm going with this. So it should go like here on this second one, and it should go all the way like that. And now what we want to create here would be same thing, just one line at about the middle here. Now at this middle we're gonna add one more here just so we can extrude it inside like this. Okay, that would be good. Let's just figure this out. Yes, that would be good. Now what we want to do is just push these parts a little bit down. So we're just gonna push it down a little bit like this. Okay, that's good. Now what we want to do is just go for these vertices here and just push them down like that. Okay. So this would be our basic shape for this part here. We still have some details to finish on these sides and so on. What we want to do is, since we don't have the reference really, I just want to duplicate this part, push it in, and rotate it for 180. Actually, it's 90. No. Let's just see how much I have to rotate. It's 180, but here. Okay. What we want to do now is just push it in. So it's about at this position. Maybe even more. Let's check it out like this. Okay. So now we have this part done, and what we want to create here would be probably something blank. Also, I'm going to duplicate this one and do a rotation 180 and just push it in like that. So we would like this to be exact same part like that. Okay, that looks good. So for this section here, I would create, oh, not that, one more plane, push it up, rotate it for 90. We can go first for this one. And now what we want to do is just scale it down. Like that. Vertices, push it in like that. Take these ones, push it in. That would be good. And take these last ones, push it in like that. Okay. So basically this is some box shape. It's very simple. This would go for minus, I believe. Yep. And just push it down. Like this. Okay. So this would be that first part that we needed. Let's just see what we else have here before we continue. So there's one more thing that I would actually work on, and that would be these lines here. So I don't like the way it looks a bit too big, if you know what I mean. So what I want to do here is probably the same thing that we've done for the other part. Actually, there's an even easier way for us to fix this problem. So without these ones, let's just take the upper and delete it. Now what we're going to do is just take these from the middle and just duplicate it and move it up like that. A little bit more. Like this. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, that looks definitely better. So we're just going to delete the same thing here. Okay, like that. Now we're just gonna again select everything from here, except that. Okay, and just duplicate it and push it down. Let's just see how much we should push it down. So it's something like this. I believe that's the right one. Okay, and now what we want to do, actually this is a bit too much. I can see it now. This is a bit too much, so what I'm going to do is just push it. Oh, I see actually what's the problem. So we want to take these from here and push them down like that. And now what we're going to do probably would be the exact same thing for each part over here. So we're just going to push that down like this, and we want these ones, push them down like that. And also what we want to do with the vertices here would be just aligning and pushing in like that. Okay, so the textures will play a big role in this project. Now what we want to do is just take these from here and the upper part before we start fixing this up side section too. And what we want to do is actually just try to create this smaller too, something like this. So this one should go a bit inside more, and I believe this would actually, let's leave it like this. It will give us some details. Let's just push it a bit since I'm here. Okay, like this. Okay, so that will give us a little bit more detail. Now what we want to do is just delete every one of these, take it and duplicate at about the middle. Okay, again I did the same thing, so it's Control D, not Shift D. So we're just gonna duplicate everything like this. Okay, that looks better. So the last piece that we want to fix would be this upper side. So what I want to do is just push it in like that, and now let's go for vertices and take these vertices up like this. Okay, so like that, push these ones up and push them in like that. Okay, so this is now better. That's what we wanted. Okay, so now the next piece that we have to create and work on would be details around it, but let's just see real quick. We'll probably do that a little bit later. What I want to do now is just duplicate this for 2 times and then just keep working on every detail. So let's just combine it real quick. Let's call it section A station. And now what we want to do is just duplicate this all the way. Okay, like that and like that. Okay, that looks good. And now the rest is just the details that we have to create on this side here. So there's a different type of details that we can go for. The first one we will create is around this side here. So there's a lot of details between the gaps, and after that what we're gonna go for is this side here, and then we're gonna add some planes that will cover this everything up. We'll add some details over here, so on. Work our way through this whole model, and then we're gonna get to this part, and that would be the part we will have some changes at our grid that we created. Okay, and that's it. Okay, let's just start. So first with the gaps, what I want to do is just real quick take this one, isolate it, and work on it. So between the gaps there is actually just a lot of cables and different grid lines that you can have. So we're just going to do this since we don't have the real reference showing. We'll just do this on our own. So okay, let's just start with like hue, going like that, changing the rotation a bit and pushing you up like this. Okay, let's just create you a little bit smaller like that, and that's the first. We can just duplicate this for instance here, and for instance we can move this one here like that. That'd be good. Now what we can do is just create one cylinder, start working with it. So we're just gonna create the details for this one side, and then we're just gonna duplicate everything to the other side. Okay, like that. So for now I'm just doing this in a low poly just so you can see what I don't want to go for high poly since I don't have the real references that could show me the exact details that we need. For instance, like you can see here, I don't see what actually is happening there, so I don't want to play around with it. So just go down here first and fix everything. Okay. So what I'm going to do is just randomly add some details like this. Actually, there's even better way, better simple solution for this. So we can just add some lines like this. Okay, that's basically a perfect match. Here. Now what I can do is just take you all the way. Like that. Okay. So that gives us some details to here. To this side here, what we can do is just select everything that we've created now here and duplicate it. Move it on the other side like that. So it's a bit more up inside like this. Okay. So these are the details here for the downside that we're gonna create. Now let's just see real quick. Here on the top side, what I can create would be just, let's just real quick go for separate. So for this side here, what I can create is just one more, this part, so just like that, push it up, go for vertices on each part here, change it all the way down, like this, okay, like that. Now take everything from here, oh sorry, object mode, take everything from here and push it down like this. Okay, now what I can do here is adding these ones, but something like, let's just real quick check in, see what we have. So it's good. Now what we can add is some sort of an X shape, so it's like 12, so like this. We can add this on a few more positions, so for instance we can add it like here, we can add it like, for instance, here, and one more we can add here. So this would be the for the places where we have these extrusions. Now what I can add is just a few cables maybe. Actually I do, no, I do not have that. So let's just go back for cylinder, push it all the way up, change it like this, so the size, and just push it in. Okay, I could probably just rotate this, push it like that, and now maybe add one line here, go for vertices and just push this a little bit like that. Now duplicate it and place it like here and add like 28.981 this side like this. Okay, and I could add one more here, for instance. So we just add some details. I'm really not adding anything special at the moment because, you know, I don't want to add things that are not supposed to be, that it doesn't make sense really. So we can just go for like these and for like these and just duplicate them, go all the way up, go back here just to see if we fixed it on the right position. So like that, that's good. So now as you can see we're having some details over here, and what I would probably just Actually, I'm going to add that later. What I will probably do just now is selecting everything from here, like that. Okay, and I want to duplicate it and place it on the other side. So let's just see where. Okay, sorry. We need a little bit more in, and that would be it. So now we are having some details here. So it looks cool. The next part that I would probably add is these some sort of boxes around this side here. So what I can do is now just duplicate one of these so I don't have to create new one. Change the rotation to 0. Oh, not the 9, it's 0. Like this. Now what I want to do is just scale it up a little bit and push it in. Rescale this side. So like this. I can add one more down, but change it like this. So we're now just adding some basic details. The textures will cover this up. This part, for instance, could go for faces and just one extrude like that. Just now extrude the side ones like this, and take these faces up and just move them a little bit more. So it's something like that. Okay, so we are having some details there. Let's just see if we can see what else could we add. So basically I can go for this part and add it here at the top. So what I want to just do is push this down like this, maybe scale it in, and now I want to duplicate it for let's say 2 places here like that. So now as you can see we are starting to get some nice details here. So it's just not that empty. I'll leave this for now like that. After this we'll see if after we finish this hole we'll see what else of details we could add probably and so on. We have to add these details here too, so there is some work on details that we'll do later. It's basically the same process that you just saw now. Now what we want to do is this second section. So for this session what I want to do is create a plane, and with this plane what I want to do is just rotate it real quick for 90 like this. Give me a second. Okay, and now this is a little bit trickier part. So we have to create this little bit, let's say, organic look. So what I want to do here is just go back, take these two and isolate it. So this is some sort of a fabric, I don't know which one exactly, we'll check that later, that goes from the top side all the way here to the downside. Now what we want to do is just go for scale real quick. That's the first part. Okay, so this is the first part you want to create like this. Let me just really quick, before moving on, let's just select everything here and let's just see if I'm right. It goes all the way. Actually not, it's in the middle line. So what I just want to do is go back for vertices and change this to go for a middle line like that. Okay, this one actually could stay here. Okay, so what we want to do now is like I said, create a little bit of organic, a chaotic look for this. The way we're going to do that is similar to the the bricks and that type of models that we worked on. So let me just real quick check something. Okay. So the way we're gonna do that is now by changing the polyplane, but we're gonna add some axis, some divisions here. So the way we're gonna do that is by going for a multiple choice, like let's say 10 by 10 would be good. So we're gonna add like 10 here first, and actually we're gonna add a 5 from the side, so like this. Okay, and now what we want to do is just start tweaking these vertices up a little bit and down. So we're just creating these little bumps. So as you can see now, we're starting to get these bumps. You can go for a smooth preview just so you can see what exactly you're affecting. Okay, so what I want to do is just go for these downside. So let's just go for everything from here. So all these 10. And what I want to do with them is just move them in like that. Okay, the same thing goes for these ones here. Okay, like that. Okay, let's just see what we got real quick. Okay, so this gives us some nicer shape. Now what we want to do is go for go for one more relative line over here, somewhere at the middle, and one more at the side here, like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just push these ones from this side in a bit, like that, and just probably push them inside like this a little bit, so it's something like that. And same thing goes for the other side. Like this. Okay, so just pushing it in like that. Let's see what we got now. Okay, so this looks good for now. I'll just go maybe for a little bit more bumps that are going inside. So the ones that are not, we're just gonna push them in a little bit more. For instance, these three. Just gonna push it a little bit more like that. We'll take this one, push it a little bit more out, so I can push this one a little bit more in. Okay, so this gives us a little bit better, nicer look. Okay, let's just see real quick what else we can do. We can take these ones a bit more in. We can take these actually here and push them in a little bit too. So we just start creating this line from here all the way, and it will actually stop at this point here. Okay, what I want to do probably would be just pushing this out a little bit, so we can create this nice curvature like that, and let's just see what we got. Okay, this now looks good. So if you just go back, you can see now that we are creating some nice shapes around this. So let's just go back here and check it real quick. So since this will be a low poly, like I said, we will go a little bit less with the details from here and focus ourselves more on just basic shapes and doing most of the work with the textures. So let's just see real quick what else we can do. So the next thing that we have to do with this part, something like that here. So it's not a straight line. Okay, what we could do probably more is just taking this one, a little bit like that, maybe creating this nice edges from here, and just go and add some differences on this side too, like that. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Let's just go back here and see what else do we got. So at the top we have one cylinder with some sort of let's say cubic shape, I think, and we have one cube here. Now we inside here have one cube that is covered with this fabric, so we're gonna work on that, and we have more fabric here. Okay, so what I have to do here now would just be moving these lines like that. So what I want to do is just pick these things up a little bit. I'll do that just from this perspective, out of the smooth previews, just so I can fix these lines better. So we're just gonna move these things a bit around like that. Now we're gonna take all these, push it in, so we can create this one more that we have here. So now I'll just fix a little bit of this topology, so it's not everything there. Okay, like this. Like that. We'll see if we have to spread it out maybe a little bit now. Okay, so let's start with these. From this side we can actually, oh, one more that we don't need. So from this side I can actually see how well I can spread the vertices. So it's like this, and now we're just gonna move them like that. So something like this would be good. Okay, sorry. So let's just move it a bit here, some here. We have 3 more, so that means we can move this one here, and the last one could go here at the middle. Let's just see what we got. So it's intact, that's still the same, that's good. So now what we want to do is just go for, first let me see just one side here, and I just check real quick on some other references. Okay, that did not help. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is just leave this for now as it is, and start with the top section over here. So we're gonna add these details over here, also this one plane that goes a little bit more up, and then what we're gonna do is just create this fabric over here. Okay. So first of all, what I would need here would be that cylinder that I talked about previously. So let's just push it up and place it on the right position. So it would go here, it would be smaller, like that, and it would go somewhere over here. Now I don't want to smooth this out actually, so I'm just going to add a 50 divisions over here, so I don't have to smooth it out later. Okay, like this. That's good. Now let me just check out if it's good real quick. Yep, that's fine. So now what I want to do is just add one cube. Okay, like this, and just push it down. Move it like here. So we need to create that cube around here that we have, this one. So it has to stay in this position at this side here. Okay, so it's something like this big, I would say, and it can go a bit more on the sides too, like that. Now what I want to do is just real quick scale it out like this, and what I want to do is immediately just duplicate it and isolate this one. The reason we're doing this is because what we're gonna do now is just go for vertices on this second and just change the just going to change the shape a little bit like that, for instance. And now what I'm going to do is just add some lines just to see what we get. Okay, sorry, let's just fix this bug real quick. Okay, let's just push this one down. Yeah, that looks fine by me. There's one more thing that I just want to do. That's these ones has to be scaled too. Okay, let's just see that real quick when we place it on the position. So it would be like that, pushing it in a little bit like this. Okay, let's just check that out real quick from here. So yeah, that looks pretty good. Only thing that we would probably want to change is that, let's just see if I can check it out from here, and that would be just scaling a little bit here and then scaling these ones a bit inside, so it's not that much. Yeah, this is better. Also what I want to do is probably just scale this out a little bit more, so it's something like this. Also there's one more detail that we have to create, and that would be just to like extrude, I don't know, maybe these two faces and push it in like this a little bit. Now let's just see how much can we actually push it. Let's just take different ones because this one's really showing off in the grid section. So we're just gonna take these, push them like that, and just scale from the sides a little bit like this. Okay, so this part now looks good. We are having some details over there. What I have to do with this cube here is just real quick adding some lines. Okay, just add some lines over here. Okay, like that. That would be good. Let's just see it. Yep, that's fine. That's just great. Also, what I'm going to do immediately now here would be just adding some lines over here. Like that. Just so we keep the shape. Let's check it out here. That's good. That looks just fine. Okay, let's just go back real quick. So the next thing we have to create is this huge cube that we have. Okay, it would go at the middle. Yeah, something like that. And it goes about this size. This would be about the size that we need. It's really close to this one. And it's just like that. And what we want to do is just scale it up a little bit. And now what we want to do is just push it in like this. Okay, we can push it even more at the side. So something like that. Now what we want to create is this same look here at the top side, and then what we want to do is just create this fabric here, and that would be it. Basically, we've created this two sections almost. Actually, we created these two basic shapes for these two sides fully. So let's just go with it. So creating the plane again, pushing it up and scaling everything like this. Let's just place it down there like that. Okay, so now what we want to do is basically take these two parts first and just isolate them. Now what we want to do is isolate these two at the top view, and what we're gonna do is start with scaling a bit things. Okay, like this. Okay, let me just check out something. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is just start with extruding. So for now I'm not going to change really the shape here. What I want to do is just extrude these enough so I can fix an topology. So I'm just going to make about 5 or 6 extrudes. Or 4 as it seems. It's fine. Actually it's 4 extrudes, and I'll probably have to create a bit more. So as you can see now, what we are starting to get is this layer on top of this model. So let me just real quick check out. It should be on the all sides. Yeah. So what I want to do now would be just taking these lines from here like that and just extruding it. Okay, actually, let's just go here this way like that. Okay, so this is what we wanted. Now I don't know, I'm not sure if this would be just fine, but I'm just going to first work on this side on the top edge, and I'm just going to combine everything from here because I believe that that would be much better. So I'm just going to take these vertices here and go for a merge tool, so that would help us keep the same look. Okay, like that, and keep the mesh together. So let's just go back for this one and just go for merging. Okay, actually we did not take these, so let's just merge them together and take these ones and merge them together like that. And what we are left with is this one here. Okay, that's good. That's good. Actually, that's fine. Yeah, we just created this one more extrude here because we created it different way, and that's fine. We can just go for deleting this, going for edges, pushing it down, and pushing it to the side. Now what I can do here is just push these edges down and make this look good like that. Let's just see what we got. So basically this is pretty okay for now. What I want to do is, so I don't have to work again with the other side, I just want to add one line at the middle, go for faces and just delete everything from here. Now what I want to do is just go for mirror and go for -X, I believe. Okay, like this, and this will give us pretty much what we needed. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now what we want to do is just scale this out a little bit. So it's, let me just real quick go for modify center. So what we want to do is just push this up a little bit like that. Okay. And what we want to do now is push it at the sides a little bit more. Let's just check it out real quick from here. So as you can see now, we are having this pretty much finished. What we can do here is just push it up a little bit so we can see this fall here. What I could do probably from here would be just moving it out a little bit like this. Okay, and now the most important part is that now this cube that served its purpose. So the purpose was just to create um, so just so we can create this shape for our model here for this fabric. Now we don't need that cube anymore downside, because it would just take uh, useless face count for no reason. So what we're gonna do now is just go for insert edge loops, and now I'm gonna see, I'll start with 5. So we're just gonna add 5 here lines, 5 here lines. Let's just add 5 here. Let's just start like this, and we're gonna see if we need more. So now that we've added these lines, what we want to do is start basically the same process that we've done here. So that would be just moving these vertices around. So we have to now work on much more. Actually, let's add a bit more lines here. I'm not sure this is enough. Let's just go for like maybe 10 on the side, like this. I believe this would be maybe a little bit better. So I can just work on more vertices and on smaller space, like that. So this is now really just the process of changing the vertices position, and basically that's everything we're gonna do here. So we can create these nice bumps. We're just gonna create it a bit more, like from here. As you can see now, we are starting to combine these two different ones here. What you can do is take these ones from the side, just push them in a little bit. So we can do that actually for every one of these. Push them in like that. We'll do that same thing for this side, but just from the other side, so it does not look, so it looks a little bit more natural. So we're just gonna move them in like that. Okay, so as you can see now, we are starting to get these details. We're gonna do the same thing here for the sides. I just want to first finish the top side. So what I'm going to do now is just push these ones, take these ones, maybe just push them inside more. Okay, like that. Take these two, push them in like that. Okay. Take these two, for instance, here. Just push them in. Take these 3 ones and push them here. So let's just see what we're getting. Yeah, we're getting somewhere definitely. Okay, so we're adding some details. You can do this by using the sculpt tool, I think, too. So if you find this difficult or you don't have time to tweak these things around, I'm just going to start now with the sides too. Okay, like this. And from here, I'm just gonna move it like that. I want some nicer fall here. I want to move this one a lot. So let's just take these ones, skip that one, just push it in. We'll keep this part here flat. Okay, like that. Now we can take these ones like that. Okay, like that is good. So just taking different ones so I can create some nice shapes. Okay, like that. Let's just see if I can change these ones too and see what we got. Okay, so now as you can see, we are starting to get this nice sort of a look that something is covered up with this fabric. I'm gonna leave that for now actually as it is. As you can see here now, we are having that very nice detail. So let's see what's next here. Next thing would be this fabric here. As you can see here, we have one hole that goes in, and just before doing that, I want to fix this. I want to create this plane here up, so we're just finished with the planes and everything. So the way we're gonna do that would be actually maybe just by taking this one, pushing it up, changing the rotation like that. Just see how this looks like. So at these sides we have not changed really anything. We're just gonna leave it like that. Yeah, that would be good. What I want to do now probably would be just, let me check out this section. Actually, we don't do it like that. I'll just take that back. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just create a nice cube. Or even maybe not. We can use this one that we've created here, because it's already at the position, so I don't have to work on it. So what I want to do is just take these two now and isolate it. Now I have to scale things out like this, okay, and I have to scale this a bit more like this. Let me just check out if that's fine. So when I push it in, and when I rotate it, and when I scale it, let's just see how that looks. Yeah, that looks fine. We're just gonna maybe scale it down a little bit like this, so it looks just a little bit better. Okay, so let's just say that's good, that's fine. Now what I can do here, for instance, is just duplicating this one and scaling down. And now what I want to do is just place this one at a position here, fix a bit these vertices now since we don't need this much of a detail. And now what we want to do is just check out where this hole goes. So it's around here, it's at about this position. Also, what we have to work on would be just deleting the faces from here. So for instance, if I just delete these faces, this is what I'm going to be left with. And now what I can do is just go for vertices and change the position of this vert here. So it's something like that. And we have, as I said, one hole about here. Okay, so this is what we want to watch for. Also, what we can do here now is just let me just check out this real quick. I can actually just go for both of these faces, just delete them, so we have this nice hole here, and just go for vertices now here and fix them up in the shape of the hole that we need. So it's something like this. Now we have to fix the downside. It's something like this. Okay. So it goes more at here, like that, and like this. Okay, so this looks good. Now let's just check it out from here. Yep, that looks fine. Okay, so now as you can see, we have already created this part here. What I can here maybe just recreate is this whole part at the side, so just push it out a little bit. Okay. And now we are coming to this section here. So that would be this part here. And the last piece of this puzzle. Let me just check out this real quick. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, so let's just check out this, what we can do here. So this is the whole section here. As you can see, this one pretty much does not really is not at all different from here. So we have between these one different one. So what we have to do is just push this out a little bit, like this. Okay. And now to make this easier for us, what we're gonna do is just take this whole section here. Okay, let's take it like this. Okay, so let's just combine this real quick, because these two parts are actually the same. So what we're gonna do is just duplicate and push it like here. Okay, and now what we want to do is just go for separate, and what we need from here would be the grid, and that's it basically. Okay, let's take this. Okay, just wait. 1 second. We forgot about this one. Okay, so what I would need now would be this grid that goes here, like that. One more that goes like here, like that. Okay, and what we need now would be just these lines from the side. So let's just duplicate this and push it in. Actually, wrong ones, sorry. So it's not those one, it's not that, it's this ones. These ones, yeah, so it's here. Okay, so these ones are the ones we need. Just gonna push them in like that. And now what we're gonna do is just go for quick combine and vertices, just so I can push this all together at the same time, so I don't have to do it separately. And now, okay, what we're gonna do is just go for the other side. Go for modify center pivot and just push it in like that. Okay. So this section here, what we want to do is just add a little bit more of the different details, and that's what we're gonna do in next session. So this would be it for today's session. We're in next session going to work on these details here, start these details here, and we're gonna finish off this whole section. So we're just gonna add some more details and end it. Then what we're gonna do is just duplicate this whole piece from here to here, and for the third session, I believe what we're going to do, actually that's the fourth session, we're going to create this piece here, so we can duplicate it on the other side. And then what we are left with the fifth session would be just creating this middle. So this would be the the hardest and the easiest parts, and this is really a front view, so we can see a lot of details and a lot of things that we have to create. For now, let me just really quick show you what we've got. So let's just push this back like this. So basically, as you can see, now let me just rotate this real quick, something like this. So basically, this is what we got for our first. For now, this is what we got for now. So stay tuned, guys. Thank you for watching. See you in the next session. Hello everybody, so welcome to the new session of how to create a NASA space station. So as you can see, this is where we left off. I just real quick duplicated this part so you can see exactly what we are left with and how everything looks for now. So it's basically pretty satisfying look for now. So I'm just going to delete this for now because we just gonna work with it. Later I also have to add some more details to this. So let's just continue. So where we left off is just creating this nice detail over here. So as you can see at this section here, we have some more details that we have to create. What we're going to start with is this grid around. So let me just real quick check out how it looks before I start. So it's 2 by 2 by 2 by probably, this is actually 1. So it's 1 and 2 lines here, 2 lines here, and 2 lines here. Okay. So what I'm going to start with is actually the isolation. I'm just going to create one cylinder so I can see the way I have to center everything. So I'm just going for 90. Just gonna go a little bit smaller now, just for creation. So what we need now is a new cube, and what we have to do is scale it. Okay, like this. That will be good. Now what we want to do is just move it around like that, place it a bit inside, and move it on the other side like this. So this is just tweaking the rotation. What I want to do now is just scale it all the way up like this. What you can probably do is just go for isolation of this whole piece like in a top view, so you can check out better how you have to position it. So it's like this. Okay, now let's just see what we've got. So let's say this is a minus 35, so it looks better, and it's minus 35 here. Okay, so that would be our rotation for this model. Now what I want to do is just scale it like that. Also what I want to do is just scale it a bit more out like this, and position it again a bit more like that. Okay, let's just push it a bit inside. Okay, so this would be our first line. We can just scale it down. So what we want to do now would be taking these two models, going for a front view, and just isolating everything here. So what we need from here would be just a duplication of this part. So what I want to do, probably, let's just try it this way, and not that. So what I want to do is just fix the center of this object, so centering the pivot. And now I'm going to try working with the duplicate special. So if we just do this, let's just see what we've got. So this will work in this rotation here. We don't want that, so let's just go for 0 here and go for that rotation here. Now let's just go for like 9. Okay, that's not bad, but it's the wrong direction also, so we're just gonna go for 0 here, and I believe this will be the one. Yeah. So this is the position that we need to create. So what we want to do now is, so the scale and the rotation in the duplicate special would be at the rotation at the z-axis. You want to place something like I don't know, place it randomly. It's like 26 for rotation, and what number of copies? We can go for 13 number of copies here. Now as you can see, this does not go for centering with our model here, with the cylinder we created. Now what we want to do, just real quick, so is fixing this pivot. So we're just gonna move it in about right at the center of our mesh here. And now if I just go for duplicate special, it will go around it just this way perfectly. And now what we have to just fix would be the number of copies we need. So we need these two. We don't need these ones here. We don't need that one. We will leave these two here. I need these, we don't need that one, and we just need one here. So it would be something like that. Let me just real quick check out that part on our reference. So it's one more, actually it's one more here. Okay, so what I want to do is just go back before I deleted these ones here. So we need to leave these two also. What we're gonna do now is just delete this one here and delete this one here, so we leave left with these two, and we're gonna delete these ones. So this would be the way everything is going to look. Now what we can do is just move this one a bit around, probably add some edges like this. So I'll work with the edges later, I'm just adding now for quick view. So what I'm going to do now is just go back, go for combine here, and now what we want to do is really just scale it down. So we want to scale it down to a position here. Let's just go back and push it out and scale it down again. So let's just see where exactly it should go. Yeah, this looks pretty promising. Let's just push that down a little bit, change the rotations a little bit like that. Okay, that looks pretty fine. What I would just like to do is probably just change this scale here so I can place this a little bit better. Go for vertices here and just push them inside and something like that. Do the exact same thing here at the other side, like that. So we're just now fixing this so everything matches this model here perfectly. So it's something like this. Okay, and that one's good. This one probably should go more in like this. Okay, so now as you can see we've added these details here. I'm really just going to duplicate it and place it on the other side, believing that it's the exact same thing. So it's 180 like that, and just move it inside like this. Now I could probably change just the rotation a little bit. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is just fix the vertices real quick here. And then we're gonna add some more planes. Okay, like that. That one's good. This one should go a bit more in and a bit more out like that. This one should go in like this and out like that. Okay, this would be good. Okay, so now what we want to do is just add the same planes as we did here. And this part, actually, how I'm going to do is by the cube. So for this section, I'm just going to add a cube inside. It will go a little bit smaller than what we've created here. Let's just push it in like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just place it in the middle and scale it up a bit like that. Okay, so this would be pretty good. Now what we want to do here is just adding these, adding two lines at the middle, and slowly just pushing them together like this. The last part, what we want to do here would probably be just extruding these faces. So pushing it down like this. And let's see what we've got. That would be it. Yeah, that's pretty good. Only thing left is basically just scaling this out so it goes all together. Now let's just see real quick here what we've got more of a detail. So there is a separation here at this side. So what we want to do with this part here is just pushing it in like that. Okay, so this will leave us with nice separation. Actually, I'm going to put that a little bit more like this. Okay, now let's just see what else do we have to do there. So basically we have the same thing up here, but at the same time a little bit different. So we're just gonna try to modify this now. Just going for minus 90. Here I'll go probably for 0. And here probably for minus 4, like that. Okay, so first things first, I want to scale this out a little bit more, like that. Now I want to just place it down a little bit because it's really not having that bending like this. Now what I want to do is just fix this to about 0, and I believe this one actually could go at 0 too. Yep, like that. Now what I can do is just spread out, just playing with this model. So I'm just going to push this in like that. I'm going to push these ones out like that. I'm going to take these ones, push them in here like that. Okay, so it's more something like this. I'm just going to push this down all the way like here. This one too, like all the way there. This one here all the way there, like that. And this one, oh sorry, this one will actually go for this grid like here. Okay, let's just check out that real quick. What I could probably do is add some more of these parts, so more of the lines. I'm just going to go for another one and just duplicate it, rotate it like here, push it in the middle and push it here like this. Okay, so for this one what I want to do is just take these, push them all the way out like that. What I want to do with these this whole model after is just scaling this down a little bit more so it actually goes inside. I'm just going to duplicate this one here. Okay, just taking this rotation, nothing more. So now we're just gonna place it something like this would be good. Okay, let's just go for vertices and push them up. Okay, just a little bit more like that. Okay, that would be, I believe, enough. Now what we want to do is just take everything from there and combine it like that. Now what we want to do is just modify and center pivot, just so we can scale this down like that and push it down if we can like this, like that. Okay, so this would be good. What I could possibly do is, well, actually I won't do anything here at the bottom at all for now. So yeah, that would be it here, I think. Yeah, that's basically it. And there goes the next part, so it's exactly the same. So that's basically everything finished. So the next part that we want to work on would be these planes and grid around it. So the way we're gonna do this would probably be starting off with planes. So it's one plane that goes something like in a roof shape, repeating itself, and then we're gonna work on these sides. Also, we're gonna create this one more uh, detail over here. We have it also here, I believe, or maybe not. Let's just check out. Actually, no, we just have it here. Okay. So the way we're gonna create that part would be by planes. I'm just gonna isolate the plane. So what we need from the plane would be just adding a simple one line at the middle, like that. Now what we want to do is just push it up, like this. Okay, like that. And now what we want to do is just duplicate this model for like here. And we're gonna leave some space between these. Let me just see how much. 1, 2, 3. So the three is enough. Okay, and what we want to do from this one for this one is just go for edge and extrude it up like this. Okay. Now what we want to do is just take all three of these and combine them and go for an edges and just bridge in everything. Okay, like that. Now I'll explain the why we are bridging these parts in a moment. So as you can see now, when we take this part, yeah, that's the, so when we take these parts, we have to just extrude them like a bit down, like this. So we have the nice detail of that it's actually combined one with another. So it's like that. What we have to do next would be this grid line around it, and also what we want to create here now would be these I think it's cables. It's actually not, it's some sort of a support for this so it can hold. So that's the next thing we want to create. For the grids, I just want to try something out, so let's just see if that's possible. Adding lines like this, going for faces like this, okay, and going for faces like here. Okay, let's just go for just faces. Just real quick check out if this is possible doing it that way, so it's a lot easier. Yeah, that would be good. Yes, now we've created these edges from the side, and what we want to create last is this piece here. So what we need now is a pipe. Actually, yeah, we can work with a pipe. We want to rotate it for 90 degrees. Place it down. So just see real quick how much do we have. It's 3 by 3. So it's 3 on this side and 3 on this on that side. Okay. So what we want to do now basically would be just scaling this like that, pushing it down a little bit like this, adding more axes like that, and let's just see for thickness. So we need about 0.1, I believe, is enough. Yeah. And the last part that we want to do would be the height, changing the radius. So changing the radius would be like 4. Let's just see how well the 4 goes. So just go for a 4.3. Okay, the 4.4 would be fine, I think. 4.5 is maybe perfect. Yeah, so the 4.5 is perfect. We can add some more lines here just so we can easily go for now faces and just delete all these faces here. Okay, like that. Let me just real quick check that out. That looks a bit too big. We can't work with that. Let me just check out if I can stretch that out in the way we need it. Yeah, I think that would be better if we just do the stretching like this, so we get something like that. Also, what I can do now is just scaling this up a little bit like that. I can go for a fill hole, so we don't have these holes around. Now, as you can see, we are getting this detail here. Let me just check out from where it's actually at a half of this. So what I'm just going to do is just scale it out a bit like that and push it in like this. Okay, so that would be better. So it's actually at a half. I'm just gonna push it in like this, and what we're gonna do is just repeat this same model here and just same one over here. Now what we want to do is just take these three and duplicate them at the other side. So it's something like that. Okay, also for this one we want to put it a bit out, and that would basically be it, I believe. So let's just go back over here, just doing the quick combine so I can place everything correctly. Okay, so this part should go right here at this section. Also, what I want to do is just scale this out a bit here, so it's not that big. And what we're gonna do now is just push it in like this. So it goes about this position over here. Okay, so that looks good. Let's just check it out. And one more thing is left to be done. That would be just scaling these ones here like that. One more thing that we could probably do is just take these vertices and push them down a little bit, so it's more of this sort of a shape. Okay, so that would be it. Now we have to duplicate this part and place it over there. So we're just gonna duplicate this part and place it right here. So this would be the position for the next part that we have. Also, what we want to do now is just a little bit of a difference in the model. So we just want to delete these faces from here and just keep it down like that. We can now even do a little bit of fixing, so it's just like that. And that would be it basically. So these are the details that we've created now here. Let's just check that out real quick. So that looks good. We can add some details here, as I can see later on. And what we can add here is some more lines and so on. Also, we can add one more here, so it covers this this section over here. So we will just freeze that out. That will go with the detailing part. Okay, let's just check out real quick what else. If there's anything else we can do now. So yeah, that would basically be it. We don't want to work on this part for now. So for this session, this would be it, I believe. In the next session, what we are going to do is focus ourselves on this part, and after finishing that part, basically what we've done is just creating this whole section. From the left side to the right side, everything will be finished, and what we are left with modeling is just this centerpiece. And after that, we're just going for adding some more details and the rendering and texturing the process. So thank you guys for watching. Stay tuned for the next session where we're going to work on all that. And thank you for watching one more time. See ya. Hello everyone. Welcome back. So this is what we've accomplished through the last few sessions, and we're just going to start off from here. So as you can see, we've done pretty much all these parts over here, and we're moving forward to data fix and finish all of these parts here, so we can duplicate this whole side to the other side. And after that, we're just going to start with the middle part over here. So let's just get started. As you can see, I already selected this part here. The reason for it is because we need it smaller, as you can see here. So we need this part to be half of the size. Oh, sorry. So we need this part to be half of the size. So what we want to do in order to accomplish that is just go by combine. So we combine this whole piece together. And now what we want to do is just scale it down. So click R, go for modify center pivot, and just scale it down like this. Okay, and now move it in. So we just want to be back in this position like that. And now what we want to do is just move this part a little bit here. Okay, so this would be it basically. That's the only thing we wanted. And now what we're gonna do is start modeling this part over here. So as you can see here, basically it's the same process, so it's just one grid with a lot of other parts. We can duplicate a few parts of it from here. Okay, then we have to model this section over here. We'll try to cover as much detail as we can. So let's just get started. So first thing we want to do is maybe start from here, from this side. So let's just duplicate everything from this model like this. Okay, so we need these parts, and what would we need is also this part over here. And now what we want to do is just go for Control D, duplicate it and push it in like this. Okay, so this basically gives us the grid, and it gives us this one detail that we need at the bottom. Now for this part, what I'm going to do is just rotate it. Sorry. So just rotate it here. Let's just see what rotation we would need. So it would probably be 0. Here would be minus 180, like that. I'm just gonna push it down and see what we got, like this. Okay, let's just scale it up. Push it down a little bit, like that. Okay, I can even scale it in a little bit more. Oh, not here. Sorry. Okay, let's just push it in back like that. Okay, so we're starting to get this grid right. Now what we want to do is probably just push around these vertices again. Okay, so let's just go back for the vertices, and now we're just going to fix the position of each part over here. Okay, I went too far, like this. Okay, so we just want to push this down like this. Okay, we want to push this one inside actually a little bit, so something like this. This one has to go on the side like this. Okay, this one could go on the side probably. Like that. Here, for instance. This one has to go a bit back. Like that. And just push it in. That would be good. And for these two, we'll see now. Probably something like this. This part should go on this side. Like that. Just push it down so we can see how much we have to push it in. Like that. Okay. And this part should just go in like here. Okay. Okay, so we got that part down the side. So we got this part here. Now what we want to do is fix this grid a little bit. So as you can see here, we have 1, 2, 3. So what we don't need is from here, just separate this. We don't need this part. I'd assume that we don't need that part as well on the other side. So we're just gonna delete it like this. Okay. Now what we want to do is let's just see. Here is a lot of details, so let's see what we can get from here. Okay, this section here is, I guess, I mean, it's really important, but we can't see really the details of the model. Okay, let me just see what I can do with this. I'll probably just start off with this line here and then add something around this part just to cover this detail here. Here we can see a lot of things, but here it's different story. So okay, let's just start with that. So how I'm going to do that is basically just duplicating this one. I'm going for modify again and center the pivot. Push it in a bit like that. And just check out this real quick. So there's actually two pieces. Yeah. Okay, let's just real quick before starting working with this. I did not do this one part that I need, so I'll just take these again and duplicate it one more time. So let's just go back to the modify and push it in like this, but without this grid here, so we don't need that. Okay, like that. Now we're gonna push it in like this. Okay, that looks better. Yeah. So for this part here, we have this one line that will go all the way on the other side. So it's something like this. It's like let's say minus 45. Okay, let's scale it down a little bit like that. Okay, we need now to just go back for our top view, just so we can see what we got. So we need something more like that. Just place it on the position here at the center so we can see where we are and see how well it goes from one point to another. Here a little bit more, so it would be like minus 50 maybe. It's a bit too much now. Say this. Now push. Okay, this would be good. Okay, so now what I want to do is just go for vertices here, push them a bit inside like that. Go for these vertices over here, push them a bit inside like that. And what I want to finish with is just pushing this a bit down like that. Okay, so now we got this part. What we want to create now from here would be also, you can see here at the other side we have also some lines. Okay, so at the middle, what I would probably add would be something similar to this here. And for this side, I'm not sure what we can add as this here. Let's just start off with these parts here, and we're gonna check out later what we can add there. So as you can see, there is a few cubes here, just sitting at the top of each other. Also, there is a cylinder shape, as I can see there, and more boxes, and something that looks kind of like an antenna, and so on. We have a few pipes over here. Okay, let's just start off with that. So the way we're gonna do this part now would be by isolating this picture first. Actually, we don't need this picture neither in this perspective, so we're just gonna go for isolate, and I'm gonna create two different cubes now with different shapes, different sizes. So one should be a little bit thinner than the other one, so about that. Let's just go real quick to add some lines here. Okay, let's just push this line a bit more, like that. Okay, let's just add one more here now, and from the sides. We just want to keep the shape. Okay, so now what we want to do is just duplicate this, and as you can see here, it's basically the same one, but a little bit bigger, like that. Also, this one goes a little bit more out like this. Okay, now what we want to do is, let's just see, create more. So one more, the same one, basically up. Okay, let's just see how this detail will go. Like that, for instance, would be good. Okay. Now what we can do is just add this at the top here and create one that goes around like this. The real problem here is I can't see much of the details around. Okay, let's just see what we can do. Let's just delete this real quick just to see what we can do here. Give me a second. Okay, I think I won't go these details here for now. The reason is that I can't see really what's happening from each side, and I don't want to create something that's not really even close to the reference. So we see that there is a few um, few basically um, cubes around combined with one another, merged, connected, whatever. And we can see this pipe, but as I can see, it goes all the way to the other side, so I can assume that it's connected to this one here. Also, I believe here are a lot of other information, such as cables and so on. So we're just gonna leave this part out of the picture for now, and I'm going to check that for references later, and we're gonna create it after on. So what we're gonna do is just finish this grid and create this part over here. Also, we're gonna just going for a connection here between these two meshes, and then we're gonna start off with this part here. Okay. So let's just go real quick back. So basically, what we want to do is just take everything from here and push it out a little bit. Okay. So let's just push it like this, for instance. Oh, also I forgot there is this part and this part here. We also want to push like that. Okay. Let's push it a bit more. I think that would be enough. Actually, not. let's just push it a bit more like this and take it from far from this part like that. Okay, that would be good. So let's just finish off with the grid, and after that I'm going to start with the other parts. So as you can see here, now what we are doing is just scaling these parts around and fixing the positions, because we need this part to go perfectly on both uh, angles like this. Okay, this would be good. Yep, that would be good. Now what I want to do is just scale it a bit from this side too, just so I can push it in a bit more. Maybe scale it even more, like that. Okay, that would be good. Now what I'm gonna do is just go for vertices and push them in like this, and push it up like that, and a little bit more inside. For this one, actually, what I want to do is just push it down a little bit. Okay, that's good. Now what I want to do is just duplicate this one and place it in the same position here. So something like this. And I'll just go for vertices and fix these ones real quick. Okay. Okay, that would be good. And okay, for the details here, we're gonna leave that with the details part that we're gonna work. So what we're gonna do is now create this part over here. For that part, what I would use is just one simple cylinder shape. Go back like this and rotate it for, I don't know, 90. Yep. Now what we're gonna do is just scale it down like this. Okay. And we're just gonna push it down like this. Okay, that would be good. Now what I want to do is just fix the positions here. Okay. And that would be good. I could probably scale it a little bit more inside, like that. So I can push it a bit more just to see what we can get. Okay, something like this. This looks good. Now what we want to do is basically, before actually starting, let's just scale this a bit more outside. I don't like the way it looks. Maybe just a little bit more. Something like that. That looks better. Now what we want to do is just add some lines here. Okay, like that. And this will help us with extruding this inner section of the faces that we just created, like this. Okay. We're just gonna add some details to this, like that. As you can see, these parts the way they go. And now what we want to do is just add a few extrusions at the sides. So let's just go for faces, and I don't know, just the random faces. So maybe these. Okay, let's just extrude these ones a bit, like that. Okay. So now as you can see, we are adding just some details here, like that. Now what we want to do is just add some lines so it does not lose the shape. Okay, like this. So the main problem for this type of models and this type of modeling is because you can get all of the details by this type of references. The reason for that is basically because this complicated projects are usually worked with the people who work as the engineers. So basically they get the blueprints of each part separately, and they just create individually all these parts, and after that they just combine them into one huge piece of model. Okay, we just want to add more lines here so we don't lose the shape at these points, like that. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's just add all these real quick. Okay, this would be the last one, I believe. Yeah, okay. Okay, so as you can see now, we've finished this part. Now what we want to do is just connection between these two parts over here. What I could probably do is just one small thing, and that's the duplicate of this model, and just go for 180 like that, and just create a bit smaller and thinner like that. And now I can place it like here, just so we can add some more details to this. So something like this would be probably good. I'm just gonna rotate it a bit. Okay, so now what we want to do is just connection between these two parts. Let's just see that real quick from here. Okay, so basically it's, let me just see if everything connects to this part, right? Yeah. So basically what we want to do here is, now just let's first combine these two parts. It's all together. It's one model. Let's just center the pivot. Maybe just create it a bit bigger now, like that. Okay, let's see the smooth preview. It looks good. Okay, so what we want to do at this part would be just adding some grid lines. The way we could do that is by actually just taking this part over here, duplicating it, just so we already have some lines at the position. Okay, let's just go here for minus 180, like that. So we just have the clean number. Okay, and now as you can see, we are getting these lines the way we want them. Okay, like this. So what I want to do now is just go for faces and just delete this whole cylinder part around this, so I don't need it. Okay, now what I want to do is here just go for separate and start modifying each piece separately. Okay, so basically you're going to be something like that. I'm just going for modify center pivot like this, and I'm just going to extrude you all the way like that. Okay, maybe I'll even a little bit more. Okay, like this. So now as you can see, basically we're just gonna add actually a random um, spots for these details. We don't have to go exactly as the reference. You can if you want, so you can just follow the reference where each part goes and work with that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just push this out. I'm just going to scale it up like that. Let me just check out this real quick. Yep, that looks good. One more thing is just rotating it like at this side. What I would probably want to do now would be just, let's real quick delete these two. Three actually, we don't need these ones. So for these two, what I would do is just combine, go for modify center pivot, just scale like that. Okay, now let's rotate them back like this and push them down like that. Okay, let's now just see if I can go with the vertices here maybe. Yeah, like that. Okay, so we're the main goal here is just to achieve some details of a grid that's connecting these two pieces. So what I would probably do is just duplicate, actually not duplicate, I would even maybe go for mirroring of this part like that. That would be even a good um, axis that we needed. So it's a minus z axis. I'm just gonna push it on the other side like that. Also, what I want to do for this part would be just the same things in mirroring, and I would go for plus x maybe. Yeah, so we're just gonna go for a plus x here axis, and we're just gonna move it. I believe this will be even the last one. Let's just go real quick for modify center pivot, just so we can work on it better. Okay, this way, and let's just push it in like that. Maybe push it even up a little bit. Okay, so this is basically it. This is what um, fixes these two parts together. Okay, let's just see if there is anything more than grids around. We can add probably some more. We can add like pieces to go inside these sockets here. We're gonna see that how it goes later with the whole model. So for now, what I would like to go, let's just see this how it looks real quick. Yeah, so that's basically it. It looks pretty good. So what we want to do now is just continue with this part, this section over here. So I'll just move out a little bit and start with this part here. So let's just see what happens here. Okay, from this side I can see more of how these details go. So it does not look that hard to connect, really. It's connected to this side here, and the other side is bottom here, okay, by one line here, okay. Actually, this won't be that hard to create now. Yeah, we're gonna work on that after we finish this. So, okay, like I said, what we want to do is just create this part here. For this part, what I would do is just go back, and what we need really here from this section would be just duplicating this part, this piece over here, and pushing it all the way like this. Now what we want to do is a small difference. So basically, we don't need these planes that we've created. So what we want to do is just delete them. Also, in other words, what we need is just a grid. Okay, like that. Let's just real quick modify this a little bit. So I would just go for something like this. That looks good. Okay. So for this piece, basically what we want to do is just create some cubes inside. Also, as you can see, there is this is a little bit bigger piece, so it has more to it. It's something like this. I'll just go for deleting probably these ones. I think this is a bit too much. So something like this. And now what I'm going to do is just push it in like that. So now I'm just creating the grid where everything should go. Uh, Also push these up like that. Go for faces and just delete these parts over here. Like that. Okay. Now what we want to do is basically just go for vertices and push them up. We're gonna do the same thing for the downside. I just want to first finish with just all duplicating process like this. Okay, okay, we pushed that a little bit too far like that. And now what we want to do is just push it back in like that. Okay, let's just say this is good. Now what we want to do is same thing here, a little bit like that, and what we want to do is just go for vertices and push these ones down, because these ones are way too far. which is one of these ones from this side. Okay, something like that. Okay, this one looks good, and this one looks good, so I would not change that real quick. Okay, so basically this is how it looks now. This is just the grid. What we want to do here would be, like I said, I'm actually a little bit between the options. So as you can see here, there's this round part that is obviously a simple cylinder shape that goes on each section. But I'm a little bit confused about this part here, since you can see these shades, the shade differences between the parts. So I would probably go with the cubes and just push it all inside, but I'm sort of tempted to try and create this. So basically when you get the reference like this, so it's just and simple shapes and really not much of a details, or if you don't get the separate pieces, so you can work a little bit on your own. I recommend that you just try things out and see what fits the most to the model, because even if this is not right, even if it's cubes, if it looks good, we're gonna leave it there. That's basically what we are going to do. Like this. Okay, something like this. Yeah, that would be good. I could probably go for top now and just see if I can scale this up a little bit more. Like this. Also keep in mind, actually we don't want to scale it. Yeah, the reason we don't want to scale this more is because, as you can see now, I'll just show you real quick, we can place about 3 of these here. So what we would need in order to complete this would be more of this type of work, since we, as you can see, have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just see real quick something over here. So yeah, there's one more thing that we forgot about this part. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, much more sense. So what we want to do now is just take everything from here uh, and scale it down a little bit from the sides. So like this. We don't need these parts. Now I have to do this manually since I took everything. Okay, so what you want to do basically is just combine this grid, go for modify center, and just scale it down like this a little bit. Yeah, maybe even more, something like this. Okay, that looks better. And now what we want to do is just again start off with this piece just to see if we can actually put there a five of these. I believe now I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's just add 5. We'll just go for vertices here and push this a bit outside. Okay, like that. That would be great. Okay, this looks good. So what I'm gonna do now is just push it back to the top. I believe this is even the right scale. So what I want to do now is just push it down like that, and push it down like that. Okay. Okay, so now as you can see, we're starting to get somewhere. What I would do just before duplicating this is just for the purpose for duplicating sometimes is, oh sorry, is just because I want to check things out, how they look and everything. So before actually doing the duplicating process, what we want to do is just duplicate this one piece, push it up, and start working with the details we saw before there. So the way we're going to do that is actually just by creating this. Let's just see what size it is. So basically it is about this size, like that. And now what we want to work on would be details that we saw before. Now I think I will actually do this in different piece, so it's like three. This particular mesh would be created from 3 pieces actually. Okay, let's just delete real quick these ones too. Let's just work on this one. Isolated, and what we want to do is just duplicate now again. Go back here, rotate it for, I think it's 90. Yep. Push it down to this piece over here, like that. So what we are creating here now is basically the cable piece. So what we need is something like that. Now there is no easy process, no shorter process for this. You have to select each and every single part of this. I don't know if I mentioned this, but the problem with the reason why we have to select the faces, the top faces or the bottom faces on the cylinder shape, I don't know if you know, but it's actually the reason for this why you can't multiple select is because there is only one vert here that uh, pushes all these faces, that combines all these faces together. So it basically creates a labyrinth for our program to, in which it finds really difficult to find where it should go next for the next phase. So it just would select everything. Okay, so this is basically it. Now what we want to do is just play with the rotation here and just push things out like this. So what I could probably do now is just a little bit more of a rotation like this. So we just go here. Now what I want to do is just go down. So I'm going to, oh sorry, without that one. So what I want to do is just go all the way like here. I can even push it down a little bit if I feel like I could, like that. And I will push it one more time. And now we're just gonna fix this with the vertices. So what we want to do is just place everything correctly. So taking everything from here, here, pushing this up a little bit, pushing it aside a little bit, like that. Okay. We're going to add some bending over here. Okay, like that. Okay, let's just see what we've got here. So for instance, this would be the first one, and it looks good. Let's just add that one line, because after this, what we are actually going to do is just basically duplicate and change the position a little bit. And as you can see, this pretty much covers this part over here. So basically what I want to start off would be that side here. So I'm just gonna rotate this, and that would be it, basically just the rotation, and also going for vertices here and pushing them inside like that. Okay, that would be good. Also, one thing that we have to fix here is this loop problem that we have. So let me just see if I took everything from here. So push it a bit out and push this one a bit up and a bit out like that. Okay, like this. That looks better. Okay. So let's just see real quick what we got here next. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that looks very good. Let's just see real quick now. This is the first one. Actually, pretty much everything is the same here. So basically what we want to do now is just take this and duplicate it. So now we're gonna do the duplicating process. I'm gonna leave a little bit of gap between these because I have one more idea that I would like to implement here. 4 and the fifth one should go right there. Okay, that's good. Now what we want to do basically with these is just try to add one plane and see what we can get here. If we can get a little bit more of a detail around this, let's just see how this goes. If we just add a plane like this, for instance, between these, just these parts over here, yeah, that would be good. Also, I have to push it a bit up, so something like this. Yeah, we're gonna add one plane like that. The reason for this is because we have one more that goes all the way down, sort of. Let's just go real quick here for the vertices. It's a lot easier for us to work with it that way. Just take these vertices, push them in. These ones, push a bit like that. Okay, this would basically be it, I believe. Yep, that's good. Now what we want to do is just take these vertices from the side and push them here. And also these ones, we're gonna push them right here. Okay. Okay, so this looks good now. So basically the next part that we want to do is just recreate these the same well, cables or something like that, I don't know, and push them around like this to give them some more of the details. And then what we're gonna do is just duplicate all the way down like that, and that would be basically it. What we're gonna create, the way we're gonna create this part, this section over here. Okay, so let's just start with it. So what I'm going to do now is just take one of these actually and try first fixing this up. So my recommendation is, if you can, always just do the duplicating process, copying things that you can copy. It will save you a lot of time instead of just recreating everything from the scratch. So let's just go real quick here just so I can see where am I really with this. So basically it's 0, 0, and this one would be minus 90, like that. Okay, this would be the rotation that I need. Okay, like that. That looks good. Now what I want to do is just push it in like this, and basically just start fixing each vert separately. So like this. We're gonna start off with a simple uh, pushing around and changing the rotation. Okay, like this. Okay, let's just push these ones down here now and push them like that and change the rotation all the way. So now first I'm going to change the rotation just so I can see this whole piece here. Actually, let's go for a top view. It will be a lot easier for us, so we can see where things can be pushed. So it's something like that. Okay, let's just push you back like this. Okay, you go here and you two go here like that. Okay, now what we want to do with this is just basically start with creating a better shape here. Okay, so I'm just going to do this from perspective view. You can do it if you like from the top view, I don't mind. It's just that I'm used to working with a perspective. Okay, like this. I'm just going to rotate it like this. So this is basically what I need. Let's just go for quicker selection here, like that. Now I want to push this down too. That's a bit too much. It's way too much. Okay, like this. Then we're gonna fix these ones again. So basically what I'm doing now is pushing things at the bottom. So we want this bar to go like down here. That's the reason we are doing it this way. Okay, let's just real quick rotate this so we can work on it. Okay, let's just push it out like that. That's good. And what we want to do with these bars is just push them down like this. Push them down like that. That's too much. Push them outside like this. Okay. So for now this looks pretty good. Now I'm going to the first top view and fix this problem over here. So basically what you want to do is start off one by one fixing things up. So let's just start with here just so I can have a clarity of what I'm doing. I'm going to push these ones here, and now what I'm left with is these ones here that need to go here just so I can get these ones. Now these ones are the real problem. So basically what we want to do with these is just pushing them around like that. Okay, now as you can see we are starting to get somewhere. This is not perfect. We want a bit of organic look, but this is a bit too much, so we're just gonna fix that later. Oh, I took one more that I need, so let's just go for this side. And just change the rotation now, like this, okay. So basically what I want to do with this one is just take everything from here and push it a bit more like this. So what we are doing now is just fixing this mess that we have created. Okay, as you can see, now this goes a bit bigger, so we just want to scale that out like this, and that would be good. Let's just see real quick. Yeah, that looks good. Now only thing left is just fixing these up a bit more, so just pushing it out, pushing it inside like this, just so we can have a uh, more sort of a bending around this part, so it's not that much of a of right angle. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is just go for these faces again, and we want to extrude it all the way down. Okay, and after that we're just going to duplicate this piece one more time here, and then we're going to duplicate it on every other model. So if you don't want to duplicate, you can just go one by one, maybe add some more details. I don't find it really necessary, so I won't do it for my project. It's basically the same process, so you just want to work on duplicating and extruding and so on. So what I can do now here would probably be just creating a bit of this sort of a look. Now what I want to do is just go for insert edge loop, and I want to add one loop right here like that. Okay, and now what I want to do is just duplicate this one, push it in, and like this. Okay, now I would probably push it a bit up, maybe even rotate it a bit so I can push it a little bit down like this. And basically what we got is these details over here. Now you can do this and duplicate it for each part here, as you can see. And basically what we got is now the details we needed here. And now what you can do is just go, let's just see, this is the all together. So what I can do here to make my life easier is just selecting everything, and now what you can do is just basically a duplicating process. So what you want to do here would be just adding these ones like this, and after that we're gonna fix just the grid, so we cover everything here. Okay, so something like that, and duplicate it one more time, push it down, something like that. Okay, and now, as I said, we have to fix our grid a little bit. So what I want to do is just push things around here. Actually, let's just go all together here now. We can easily go for all together, so why not? This, and this is the wrong one. Let's just see where I can get this one. Okay, like this, and from the side. Okay, so this would be the whole sides. Yeah. So basically, what I can do now is a few different ways. I can maybe just go for modify center pivots, just pushing things around. So you can either do this. Just check this out real quick, like that. Okay. So we just want to cover the plane. It's okay if this is floating, like this. That would be fine. It's in space, so you can expect that things float. Okay, and that would basically be it for this. The rest will be done with a simple texturing. Okay, let's just see how this looks from here. Yeah, basically that's it. It looks pretty good. So maybe only thing that I would probably change is actually the middle section. So for the middle, I would leave these faces that we've created. So let's just go for duplicating this, pushing it in like this. So only for the middle, let's just go for separate, it would be easier. So only for the middle I would actually leave this part in, because now as I look at it, look at the model, you have to have some part where the astronauts would actually, well, go through. So what I want to do now is just push this one in like that. Let's just go real quick for modify and push it down like this. So we just have a little bit um, sort of a better look for this. So as you can see now, since we have this plane here, we don't need this one. I'll just go here and modify this one a little bit. So I have to do this one by one. Just go for vertices. So basically this is now me adding some sort of a details, some sort of a better look, better shape to this. So something like that. Push these ones down like this and push these ones inside like this. Okay, that would be good. Yep, that would be pretty good. Now what I want to do is just push it down like this. That looks good. Okay, this looks great. And basically now what we want to do is just push this one inside like that. And go for vertices and fix these ones here. So basically it's just pushing on the left, pushing on the right, and also these ones down, push like that. Okay, I think that's good. This just gives us a little bit of a sort of a better look, if I can say it that way. For this part, let's just do it this way. You can do this by duplicating the other one, but no matter. I'll just fix this one real quick. Okay, like that. And then we are left with the um, 2 more planes that we have to fix, and that's it. We're gonna check how that looks, and I hope everything's fine. Now for this one I will actually go for just this part from here, modify center pivot, move it, and just take everything from here and delete it because we don't need it. Okay, and push it in like that. So let's just place it on the right position, scale it down a little bit, push it in, and see what we got. So basically it goes here like that. Let's just see if I can just scale it simply. Okay, so scaling did pretty well. Only thing left here is just these down vertices to be fixed a little bit, so I'm just gonna place it like that. Okay, so this would be basically it. I just want to duplicate this one and rotate it for 180, but let's just see on what axis. So it's here, minus 180, like that. And what I want to do now is basically just push it in here. Just see how much, like that. Okay. So now as you can see, this is much better. We're gonna add some details here later. Okay, actually maybe we can even do that now. Let's just see. Now we're gonna leave that one for the other part. So we're just gonna, actually let's do that one too now. So we're just gonna create this detail over here, and then we are finished, and we can start with finishing the details for this side. So that's what we're actually gonna do for the next session. We're just gonna finish the details that we need here for this side, so we can finally just duplicate it all over to the other side. And basically when we finish that, we're gonna be left with pretty good model, and we're gonna start off with this middle section here. So for this side here, actually I can look for this bottom piece and actually see what's going on. Okay, let's see. So as I said here, from this side we're gonna see how many cubes that we need and the shape of the cubes and so on, and from here we're gonna see the bottom placement of what goes where. Okay, so let's just go back for an isolate now. So as I said, we're gonna just now do the process all over again. We're gonna do this basically a little bit of our own way, since still you can see all the needed details and so on. But we're gonna try to take as many as possible from the reference. Okay, like this. So we're just gonna add quick lines. Okay, that looks good. So what I want to do with this part here is just scale it like that. Now what I want to do is take one more, scale it on the other way, and scale it down a little bit like that. Okay. So that would be the first piece. Let's just go back here. So that's basically this bottom part. Now what we want to do is just create these big boxes. So basically the way this goes is we are actually taking one of these, creating it a lot bigger, and placing it something like this. Okay, that's a bit too big, so what we're gonna do is just create a bit smaller now, so it's something like that. Okay, that looks fine. Let's go back here and just see what we got. Give me a second. Okay, so actually we're gonna do this very simple way. So next thing we need is one cylinder. We're just gonna scale it down like that, a little more, and we're just gonna scale it all the way up. Okay, like this, something like this. Yeah. Now what I want to do is just real quick position it. So something like that. And now what I want to do is basically just copy these boxes. We're just going to add a different textures on these boxes, and that will give us more of details to it. Okay, so now we're creating the basic shape for this sort of detail. So like I said, I'm gonna do a bit of my own look and design for this, since I can't really see every detail needed here. What I'm going to create next would be just one cylinder now, going for something like 90, scaling it all the way down like that. Okay, just positioning. Okay, something like this. Now what I want to do is just rotate it a bit. That. So later on we're gonna add some details to this. This is just a basic look. As you can see, there is a few more this type of parts right here, but this part goes like a lot bigger and it has some details on it. Okay, like that. Let's just see real quick what's happening there. So basically this part, actually just this part should go like on this part here. Okay, we have some details over here, we're gonna work on that. And the next thing we have is again one cylinder, so just go for like rotation of 90, just create a little bit smaller. Let's check that out. Yeah, we can work on a little bit smaller than this. Okay, like that. Okay, like this, something like that. Now I believe this part goes all the way something like around this, and it's stuck with this section here, but I won't do that for now until I'm sure. Okay, so we finished with these boxes basically over here. What we can do now would probably be just duplicating this one over here and pushing this part actually a bit up, so I can duplicate this one over here. So just create something like that. Rotate this part a little bit and push it in like this. Okay. Let's go for this little antenna there. Actually, I'm gonna put this one right down here. It gives us some details here. Okay, like that. Yeah, that would be good. So now what we're gonna do is probably just extruding this all the way. And for this part over here, what I want to do basically is just, like I said, creating this antenna sort of look. So the way we're going to do that is actually pretty simple. We're just going to delete all the faces from here, and voila. So there it is. Now what we're going to do is just wrong scaling. So it's basically now just the scaling part and positioning. Okay, something like that. Let me just check out if it goes in about the middle, something like that. So now what I'm going to do is just add one of these. It needs to be smaller actually, and place it right about here, like that. Okay, so it needs to be smaller, like that. Also the vertices, we need to push them all the way back up. So let's just go back to the front view just to see what we're having now. So I'm just gonna push it all the way like this and take these ones like that. Okay, that will basically take everything. Like it's taken care of. Okay, also what I want to do here is just scale this out a little bit like that. Okay. So we just extruded this part here, so we have this sort of a look. We have to add some cables down here. Let's just check out how this looks. That's the part that goes after. So that part will go with the detailing process. Let's just see. So this should go, if I'm correct, like this and somewhere over here. So let's just push it in like this. Okay, let's just place this at a different level, something like that, probably. This actually goes really well with this model here. Okay, so something like that, for instance, would be good for now. What we're gonna create later on would be probably the details. So we're just gonna push some things around here, add some details on these cubes, and so on. For now, this looks pretty good, and before we start duplicating everything, we're just gonna, in the next session, start working on details. So thank you guys for watching, and stay tuned. Hello guys, welcome back. So in this session, what we are going to do is creating the details for this side, so we can just duplicate the parts that we need here and duplicate then everything for the right side. As you can see, we basically finished this whole section here. So let's just get started. As I started this project, I will do the same. We will start from this side, from the left side. So we're gonna start from the planes. And the first thing that I would like to do is just create this nice grid, as you can see here. So basically the way we're gonna do that is by duplicating this plane that we've created. Push it out a little bit like that. Go for modify and center pivot. Go back to for our top view, and then what we want to do is just going for isolating this. Now, as you can see, our pivot is not on the right rotation, so what we want to do is just fix that real quick. We're gonna do that by clicking on D, and hopefully place this at the right scale. So let's just see if we've done a good job. Yep, that's fine. That's great. So now what we want to do basically is just scaling. Okay, so for now this looks pretty good, I would say. As you can see, it's fine. Now what we want to do is push it in like this. Okay, and now what we want to do is just push it out on this side. So we need something like squares, and it could go like, let's just see, 1 2 3 4 lines. So we need to separate this in 4 lines. Okay, sorry, let's just go for click on Control D, and now what we want to do is just push this part at the same position, so it's something like this. And now we want to center the pivot exactly the same and rotate it exactly the same. So now, as you can see, what we have to basically do is just push this one about this place, this side, and one more for that, and one more here. Okay, so now as you can see, we're starting to get these nice details here. That would basically be it for this part. Over here, I just want to now push things around a little bit, just so we can get a clearer look. So something like that. So it's more inside like this. Okay, also what I want to do is fix these two guys. So pushing it a bit inside like this, taking this one, just pushing it a bit more like that. Okay, so this would be perfect. Now what we want to do is add the same thing as we created here, the same thing from the sides. So let's just try to see how many lines we can add, so we can basically work our way here. Yeah, actually we can do it randomly. You don't need to count that. You can if you want to, but I don't think it's necessary. So what we're gonna do now is going back for this model that we duplicated, and again rotate this um, this pivot, and now we're gonna rotate this whole model basically like that. Okay, so let's just see if I push it back to the top, see what we've got. Okay, like that. We can rotate it now here a bit, sides. Let's just see how much. I think that would be good. I can rotate here. Let's just see how rotations go here. So I would probably go for a 60. A little bit too much. This is fine. Okay. So let's just push it out a little bit like that. And now what we want to do is just scale this down. Okay, let's just see what happened here with the scaling. So if I just scale you, changes the rotation too. It's bad, we don't want that, so we're just going to do this easier way. Then, so what we want to do is just basically duplicate this one, this big plane again, push it out, go for modify center pivot, and basically the same thing goes for this model as we've done for the other ones. So basically just changing the rotation of a pivot like that. Okay, let's just do it again like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just scale it down like about this size, and now basically we want to put it here, so we're just gonna rotate this a bit, try to fix the position. Okay, like that. I'm just gonna do this by vertices now. I'm just gonna place the vertices correctly here, the way they should go, like that. Okay, this would be good. Now the last thing we want to do with this part would be scaling it down. So let's just go back here real quick and check how thin it should go. It's something like that. And now what I want to do is just push it up all the way. Okay. So basically this is the position that we need it on. We're just gonna place it like that. Okay. Let's just do real quick the duplicating process just so we can see what we've got. Okay. Now what we want to do basically here is just duplicating this all the way down. Okay, so it's exactly this way. It's going perfectly well. Okay, like that. Now what we want to do is basically just copying this whole section from here without this and without this part of here. Now what we want to do is, like I said, just duplicating this whole piece and placing it on the other ones. So like this, just pushing it in, pushing it out, and in again. Wait, let me just see if this is the same difference. Maybe it's better if we just go one by one. So we're just gonna duplicate this part and basically just place it on the same position here, like that. And as you can see, this is pretty good. What we want to do is just change the rotation a little bit, like that. Maybe just push it out a little bit, and that looks pretty good. Let me just check it out real quick. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Now what we want to do is basically just duplicating this one all the way down. So we're just gonna do one more like that, one more here, and then just duplicating it all the way down again. Okay. So this will basically give us the grid sort of look. We just want to delete this last one. Okay, like that. And that's sort of a look that we are looking for, so that's pretty good. Same thing goes now for the other ones. So basically just duplicating, positioning, and just push it a bit more like that. And one more there like that. Okay, that looks good. So these two parts now we can do together. We are just going to push it down. Just check out how much. Let's say here. Yeah, that looks good. And now what we're gonna do is just basically duplicating all over again. Okay, like that. So there's a lot of duplications now here, unfortunately, but I think this is the last part that we have to actually duplicate. And now what we want to do basically would be just duplicating all this to the other side. I believe there is only just one more that I would probably like to do. That is this side here. It's a little bit smaller, so what I'm going to do now is just push it down like that. Okay, and take these vertices and push them in. And we're just gonna see how much do we actually need. Okay, so it's something like about this position here. Let's just see how that looks. Yep, that's good. We can maybe push it a little bit up inside like that. And what we want to do now is just duplicate this part all the way down like this. Okay, let's just go back here just so we can see what we are doing. Okay, like that. I think this would be the last one. Yep, that's fine. Now what we want to do is just basically delete this plane that we've created, go back here up, and just duplicate everything from this section. So everything from here, everything from here. Okay, like that. I believe we take everything now. Let's see if we took this main plane. Yep, we did. And now what we want to do is combine this all together. Again. And just place this one piece at the other side. And after that we've finished with the planes. We're just going to start adding some more details to the end here. And I believe that would be it basically. So let's just see how this looks like for the moment. Yeah, that's very good. So like I said, what we want to do now is just duplicate this whole piece, go for modify center pivot. And what I would probably do is just take these parts that will be connected together like that, and now go back for a top view and isolate just those parts. And now what I want to do is just go back for modify center pivot, add a top preview, and I just want to push this exactly at this position. So it would be something like this, I believe. Let's just go back here now and check it out. Yes, so it's good. What I could probably do is just push it a little bit more. Yeah, this is good from this side. What I can do probably is just push it a little bit more on this side, so it's something like that. And that's it, basically. We've created this whole section here now with all the details needed. Now what we want to work on would be these parts over here. So as you can see, I already added some details to this part. I just want to add a few more. Let's just go back here and put it on relative. So for this line I want to push it down like that, and maybe just add a little bit more of the details here. Now, like this. Okay, add a few lines there just to keep the structure like this. Okay, and one probably from here. Let's just check that out real quick. Yep, that looks good. Now, only thing I would probably do too would be adding some lines at these pieces here, but that we will do on later. So what I want to do with this part would be just scaling it down about that size and pushing it in like this. So I want to connect these two parts with something like this. Okay, let's just push it a bit up. Okay, let's take this one, duplicate it, and place it on the other side like this. Okay, something like that. So basically now we are getting some details here. Okay, that would be it for that part. Now what I want to do with this part here at the top of this cylinder would be just extruding these faces from here to about this side. And what I want to do now is taking these top faces and pushing them up like that. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Now, as you can see, we are basically finished at the bottom there. There's only one thing actually left that I would probably do. Now, I don't know the way we are going to do that actually because it's a bit tricky one. I'm just going to show you now what I mean by that. So what we would need here is some sort of a hole, something like this. But I believe that I don't really have to create this. Yeah, we can do it just like that. So basically we are just creating now holes here. So we just add some more details to it. Okay, we're just going to duplicate now one more. Push it up, scale it down to about that size, and push it in about a half, like that. And just use the Boolean difference option so you can create these nice holes inside this structure over here. As you can see now, what we want to do is going for a top. Okay, so the finishing part for this would be adding this connection between these two sections here. So to make our life easier, we're just going to take everything here and basically just combine everything. Okay, let's just wait for combine to be finished. So it takes a little time, especially because I did not delete the history, so it works a little bit differently now. I recommend it every time you're working with the project, a certain type of modeling process that you finish, save the project and delete the history. It will help in performance of the of a program. Okay, so let's just finish this. Usually the reason why it takes a little bit more time to combine this sort of an object is because there is a lot of different objects now, different repetitions of the same model. So we're just gonna wait for this to be finished, and after that what we're gonna do is add that nice detail over here so it's all connected, and then we're gonna connect this part to our main, basically main part of an station. Okay, let's just wait for it. I'm sorry for it because it takes a bit too much of time. Well, this is doing, what I'm going to check is just one more reference. Oh, actually it's finished, so I'll do that later. Okay, so what we want to do now is, just before starting anything else, I just want to save the project. So after saving the project, I will just finish off with this. Okay. Like that, okay. And it's now 99%. It should be done. Okay. And now what we can do is work on that one little piece that we are missing. For that, I'm just going to isolate this whole section. I'm going to go for our top view and just try to check it out what we can actually do with this. So basically this is the connection that we need between these two parts here, okay? It would be from the cube. I won't argue with that, it's definitely a cube. Okay, so we'll take cube as a base shape. For this, we can just rotate it to about the right position, push it all the way up just so we can see it. Okay, like that. Probably rotate it even more. I would go for something like this, maybe that's enough. Let's just see. When we scale this out, what we will get. Okay, let's just push it down. Let's just take this here just so I can see how good this actually is. So we need to place it a bit more inside like this. And let's check it out now. Just push it out. Let's push it in a bit more. And push it down like that. I'm just trying to see where this part should go now. So it's about this position here. Yeah. So there's a few ways you can do this. You can scale this all the way down and then work one by one. Extrude by extrude. I will actually try now to do it a little bit differently. So what we're gonna do is just about 5, I think, lines for now. Yeah, 5 lines would be good for now. And now what I'm going to do is work with the vertices instead. So basically what we need first of all is this part to go all the way in. So this is what we need. Okay, let's just push these two pieces together. So we just want to push them about this position. Okay. Now what we want to do is basically just check out where else we could put some lines and just work on the details a little bit. So I would place about one line on each of these places here. Okay, there's 2 lines, I just want one. Okay, so something like this. So I can just work a little bit more on details for this piece. Let's just go like selecting these versus here, just pushing them around. Let's just see about this position here, about this position right here, and where I would add else lines would be this middle here. Okay, so I can just work with the vertices from there. Oh, that's a whole model. We don't want the whole model. Just go for vertices here, and now just fix this up a little bit like that. So now, as you can see, we are starting to add some better shape for this part. Okay, like that. Okay, that would be good. Now what I want to do is add lines and see our final result, hoping it would be good. Okay, let's just add some lines here. Okay, that looks good for now. I would just add a few lines here so we can keep that part. Okay, what else I would add is just some screws around. Okay, also one more thing that we need to work with this part here would be at the sides. So as you can see, this is looking a little bit out. So I just want to push it a bit down. Okay, we did not select everything. Select everything and just push it down a little bit like that. Take these ones, just pushing it down a little bit. So it's something like that. This part here too. Okay, like that. That looks better. Let's just check it out. Let's just check how this looks. Okay, so this piece now looks good. I'm just going to add some screws around here so it actually has with what is combined with. Okay, that looks all good. And let's start off with just this section here. So what I'm going to do is just well, let's see, I want to create some simple screws, so I'll just go for a cylinder. Okay. Let me just check out something real quick. Okay, so what we want to do now would be just pushing this up. So let's just take this one and push it up about this position here. I'll just go back to my top view to check this out, how that looks. Okay. Okay, that's good. Now what I want to do is just scale this out all the way down, like that. Oh, I just forgot this part, like this. So that's everything we need. Okay, so what we want to do now would be just position this to 3 different places. So let's just go back just so we can check that out too here. Okay, like that. Just gonna push it down. Okay. Okay, let's just see. A little bit smaller. We don't want it to be much big, so I don't want to create any special details to this particular part at the moment. I just want to add all the way for every section here, pieces like that. Okay, so this would be enough, since like I said, this would be not really in high details, because textures will do the rest. And that would be it basically for this part here. Now what we want to do is basically combining all these pieces together in one huge, so let's just say for combine, like that. And what we want to call this surface would be a plane. Okay, so like that. Okay, so now what we want to do is basically just duplicating this one to all the other sides. So let's just start with that. Let's just go for modifying, centering, the pivot, like that. And now what I want to do is just basically duplicating this one all the way down. Okay, like this. Now what I want to do, actually before that, let's just go and rotate this one. So basically what you want to do is just rotate it like that. So it's on all different side, as you can see here. So it's different side. And let's say that this rotation would be good, something like that. Okay, now what I want to do is duplicate first of all this part and push it all the way to this position here. First of all that. Okay, like that. We'll work on that later. Now what I want to do is just duplicate this part and push it down like this. Now basically what you want to do here would be just rotating it like this. So let's just say it's, let's see just which one is, it's minus 180 like this, okay? And now what we want to do is rotate this one all the way around like that. So this would be perfect. Okay, let's just push it a bit inside like that. Okay, so this would be good, this would be great. Now what we want to do is actually just moving it to the side a bit like that. And now what we want to do is just duplicate this one and place it exactly at this position here. Okay, so what I would do is probably just rotate these ones a little bit like that, and this one is good. Now what we want to do is position these ones correctly so they go inside this place here, if I'm correct. Let's just check it out. Yeah, it's close to an edge, so we will go here, and what we're gonna do is just push it in a little bit like this. Okay, we can push it down like that and push it in a little bit like this. Okay, so this would be good. The same thing goes here. So basically what we want to do is just push it in all the way inside like this and just move it a bit on the side like that. And basically this is it now. You're starting to get a real nice picture of what we have accomplished here. So the last part that we want to do here at the planes is actually connecting them to our mainframe here. So let's just see how it goes. It's basically as I can see with some lines and details on top of this part here. So the way we're gonna do that is just by adding one more of these cylinders, just pushing it all the way down and placing it at the right position here. Now what I want to do is probably change it for 90 degrees like this. Just go back real quick, change the scale a little bit more and push it in, something like that. Okay, so we'll have one from there and one from here. Okay, so this is our starting point. What we want to do now is just try working with one by one. So let's just go for these ones in, for instance. So what we're gonna do is just now isolate everything, push it a bit down, and start. So the way we're gonna do this is pretty simple. Actually, I'm gonna isolate these objects also in a front view. So let's just see, isolate everything here like that, and isolate it on the front like that, and isolating it also here at the top like this. Okay, that would be good. Now what we want to do is go back for our perspective view and just start with this section here. So basically what we want to do is just take everything from here and start extruding. Okay, I'll go for our front view at the moment, and let's just see what we've got. Oh, let me see what happened here. Okay, like that. Now I can see it. Okay, so basically what we want to do is actually just extrude this enough times so we can actually work with it. So I'm just going to create some random look for this at a moment, like that, this, and like that, for instance. Okay, let's say this is the first piece. It goes all the way in. Now, as you can see, we have to fix this from our top side. So let's just go and vertices, go for our top view, and just now tweak everything at a position here. Okay, I think I forgot one of these. Okay, like that. So now, as you can see, I have to work on these vertices here. Like that. Just fixing the position. We'll do the rotation also. For these parts, like that. Okay. So now, as you can see, we're getting to the place exactly where we want. And this is basically what we get. We can duplicate this piece and just place it here, maybe rotate it for like 180, like that, and just rotate it back here for like 90, and just now fix the positions so it looks better. Let me just check that out real quick, like this, push it a bit down, like that. Okay, so now as you can see, we are starting to get some nice connecting parts with these pieces. Now I won't do really much of this pieces because it will take a lot of time, and it will take a lot of basically the same process, so it's just duplicating these parts all over again. I don't think this is necessary at the moment. What I want to do is basically just create one cube and add something like metal parts that will connect this. So this would be the cables, for instance, that we've created, and now what we're going to create next would be this uh, pieces over here. So let me just first check out the position. So it's something like that. Now what I want to do is just scale things out, something like this, and maybe place it right here. The next one could go from the bottom, so it's like from here. So what we want to do is just push this like that, scale it a bit, and push it up, and now scale it again and push it down, change the rotation a little bit like this. Okay. So now, as you can see, we're starting to get these nice details that will connect this part. Now the way we are going to connect this part actually will be because we are going to add a few more lines here by extruding this part, this section over here. Let's just take these like that. I think I just selected the right ones. Right. You have to check sometimes what you've selected, because at least in my case, sometimes it just gets the faces that are not needed, that I did not want to select. Okay, so something like this would be perfect. And now, as you can see, we are getting that nice definition of how everything is connected there. So basically there is two ways now that we're gonna try to accomplish the same thing here for the bottom side. You can either go with duplicating everything and then just working again with it, just fixing the vertices and so on, but instead of that I will just do it all over again. The reason for that is because we will get a little bit of a different look, and it won't look so um, so simple and so same. So this is what we wanted first. The next part that we want to do is just not the whole model, sorry, we don't want to extrude the whole model. So again, we're gonna just go for faces here. I just try to position myself correctly. Okay, like this. Okay, that's good. So now what I want to do is just extruding. Let's just go back out of this preview so we can check out what we are doing. Okay, like that. Let's just turn this around a little bit, like that. Just push it around, like that. Go for like something like this, for instance, is what we can do. And now we can extrude this part like down the side, something like this. Let's just check this out real quick. So now, as you can see, I'm trying to aim for this position here. So let's just go real quick, nice here, and rotate everything. Okay, that's the wrong rotation. So rotate everything down a little bit like that, and just extrude one more time. Don't worry about this black pieces that we've got. We're gonna fix that out in a moment. So what we want to do now is just go for our pieces here and basically just isolating it in top view like that, and now we can see where our line goes and where they should go. So this is the place where this should move. So I'm just gonna leave this one here, push this one a bit out, something like this. Okay, let's just check this out now from our perspective. So now, as you can see, we're starting to get this nice detail here. What we want to do now is just take these vertices all the way down, so like that. And what we want to do and finish off would be just fixing these faces a bit. So as you can see, we got this nice face going all the way, and what we have to do is just push it around a little bit. So let's just see what we've got here. So as you can see, these faces are all turned in the wrong directions. So what we want to do is just fix that up real quick, like that. We want to take probably these vertices from here inside, this one and that one, and we just want to push it out like this. So basically this is what happened. Our vertices went a bit too much inside the model, and that's the reason why we're getting this sort of a shade around these pieces. So we're just gonna fix that real quick. Okay, let me just check this out. We can actually leave this detail here the way it is. Let me just check which ones are actually in the process here. So what I want to do is probably just change the rotations around this one like that. Okay, that looks better. Okay, also these two, we have to rotate it a bit for an inside like that. Let's just check out this. Now we're adding some nice details over here that would help us. Okay, so what we want to do now is basically just duplicating this one, and for instance we can change a bit of direction where it will go. We can push it around a little bit like this. Okay, you can add even one more for like this. And now what we want to add is basically the same thing we did with here. We want to add some grid lines that will fix things up here a little bit more. So let's go real quick for one more cube, go back downside here and just fix everything. Like, let me just check this out real quick, how something like that. Okay, that would be good. So we're fixing now the scale. Okay, let's just check it out really quick here. Fix the scale from here. Rotation. Push it down like that. Now fix the size. It's a bit too much. We can go from like this down. Rotate everything. Scale it down. And just push it in like that. And now as you can see we are getting this nice grid sort of a look. We can push this on the other side. Oh, that's wrong. And start just tweaking every rotation. Okay, like that. And now as you can see we are basically finished with keeping the structure together. As you can see here we are adding this part. We've added actually this part so it can fix on this model. I can just push it a bit more inside like that. Here it goes just straight down. I'll go like that, and that's basically it. So what we want to do now, what would be next, is basically just adding structure to the details we've created on each section. And for instance we can work a bit more on these parts and a bit more here and about these model details, and then we can copy it down on this side, and that would be good. Also we can then just work with duplicating this section here and basically just duplicating everything then on the other side. So let's just start with that. So what we want to do now is going back here, checking out what we created. Okay, I won't go much for this side, but I will definitely just like to check how this looks here. Okay, that's very good. That's very good at the moment. Also, one more thing that I want to do is just go back without smoothing, just to see what we've got. Okay. Also, there is one more problem here that I just checked it out now. So this has to go higher. So it's about this position here. Okay. So we will just add a few more cables from here, so it can go on. I just checked that out now. So okay. Let's just work with the details here. For instance, with this model. So what we want to fix up with this model actually would be, first of all, these cubes that we've created. So basically what I want to do is just do a few extrudes, add some more details to the sections, like, I don't know, for instance we can work with this part like that, just adding a few details so it looks a little bit more. I can, for instance, go with this one down like that, so it just creates some inside shape. We can just go back here, adding some shape to this. For this one and this one I would actually go down like that. Okay, so now as you can see I'm starting to getting some details to this model. Next thing I want to do is create this part, this piece all the way around. So basically what I want to do is just start pushing this model like that. Just go for one more extrusion, and this one has to go a bit more like that. Let's go like this. So this takes a little bit of time, but it pays off. So you just have to work now on extrusion. Oh, sorry, without first extrusion. What we want to do first would be just rotating, maybe pushing it a bit inside, and rotating a bit again, like that. Okay. So what you want to work on here is just rotation and basically the positioning of everything here. Okay, like that. I could probably finish off with adding one more cube here. So that's the cube that this part goes to. Also we're gonna add some wires around. What I can do with this part here is just adding some lines. Let's just start adding some lines here, so we get a nice shape, better look, and everything. Also, what I want to do with this part here, yeah, is add one line like that. Just go for extrusion like this. Just go for extrusion over here like that. Okay, so just add a few more details like that. That's good. Now what I want to do with this part would be adding some details here too. So basically the way we're gonna add most of the details is just by using the extrude options, just so it looks a little bit better. I can go here, for instance, just adding a few more lines at the middle, as you can see, and just, I don't know, push it inside like that. That gives a bit of a difference. What else I wanted is, yeah, to add a cube here. So basically just push it in position like that. Okay, that would be good. Let's just place it up. Okay, something like this. Now what I want to do is just scale it down and up like that. So this is actually the part where I will just do it on my own, because I don't see really the details that good. Okay, so let's just add a few lines over here. Object mode, let's just go back here, add a few lines like that. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, that looks good. So now what I want to add is a few wires. So the way I'm going to do that is by using the cylinder. Okay, like that. So we started off with a low poly, and we're gonna finish off with a medium poly mesh. This means it won't be that really big, but it won't be small. It won't be that big because we won't use really the smoothing option at the moment. You can use it if you want for a full preview of what you're going to get at the end. But in that case, I recommend that you just add all the missing lines that will keep the shape up. So, like that. Okay, let's say that's good. What I want to do is now go for vertices. Just take these ones, push them up like that, for instance there. Add a few lines here. And push these vertices around like this. Oh, that's too much. So something like that. So we are getting this nice shape over here. We're just gonna add a line here and one line here. Okay, like that. So we are now getting some sort of details here. Okay, that looks good. What I would do is just probably fix the finish here with one line like this, and then just selecting everything, extruding it up and extruding it out. So we have something like this. And now I'm going to go for vertices. Okay, actually just the vertices from this model, since everything is combined like that. Okay, so basically what I've done here now is just selecting everything and pushing it up a bit. Okay, so something like that. What I would also probably do, just to give a little bit more of a detail, is just adding two lines like this. going for all these faces and pushing them inside like this, for instance, something like that. Okay, so let's just combine everything here and let's just go back. Now as you can see, we are getting some nice details over here. What I could probably add is just these parts. Let's just go back for a separate option like this and just go real quick for a combine of these three parts. Go for modify center pivot just so we can fix this real quick. So what I want to do really here is just combining everything here, modifying and centering pivot again, pushing it down and changing the rotation for 90 like that, pushing it inside and pushing it like that. So I believe now if we place this correctly, so something like this, we'll get the real nice details over here. Very good. Let's just fix something up real quick here. Okay, let's just place it like that. Yeah, that's basically it. That would be it. Okay, so what we want to do now is just taking everything from here, without these parts, of course, without these parts over here, and combining each part from here. Let's just check out something real quick. If I could push it a bit up and a bit at the side, so something like this would be good. Now a bit down like that. Okay, that's good. Now combine everything, just go for modify center pivot and duplicating everything, and this part now goes all the way down, so we're just gonna rotate everything like this and probably rotate it even like this, for instance. We'll check that out later. So check out which one did I fix up here. So it's something like that. We're just gonna push it a bit inside now. Let's see what we got. Okay. Yeah, that would be good. Now I can just push it a bit more on the side. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Now as you can see, we are getting some nice details over there. The next part that we could probably do is just adding these planes that we've created and duplicating them to the positions that we need them. So the way we're gonna do that is just by taking this one and rotating it for 180 at the y-axis, and what we're gonna do now is just push it in like this, and I believe this would be the perfect place where it should go here. Yep, that's good. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this one. Okay, not like that. Just go duplicating this one and placing it on like that. Okay, so let's just take all three of these, just pushing it a bit more like that. So now as you can see, we are getting these details here. We can work on this a little bit like rotations. So for instance, this one and this one should be rotated a little bit like that. And that's pretty much it, guys. We've created this whole section here with some details on it, and this is how it looks. Now, hello everyone, welcome back. So as you can see, this is what we are left off with in the last sessions. So we basically created this whole model from this side here, which means we already finished this side over here. What we want to do next is this middle part and finish off with that. So let's get started. What I'm going to do first is just move this all pieces out of the grids just so it does not interfere with our new models that we're going to create. Also, I'm going to isolate this image plane. So let's get started. As you can see here, this is basically all one sort of
cylinder shape that goes all the way here, and it has one more cylinder over here, and then we have this part that's connecting these two sides. Also, we have this one little piece of detail here that we are going to create. So everything from here. So let's just get started. So the first thing I want to start off would be this whole side here. So let's just go back to the perspective view and create a cylinder. So we're just going to create all from the cylinder shape. Now for this part I won't do every detail since it would take uh, harm on poly count, and I don't want to do that. It would be just really low performance and everything. So what we're gonna do is just basic, same as for the rest. Like I said, this will be some sort of a low poly model. Okay, like that. So what we're gonna do now, actually let's just not put it outside the middle section, let's just leave it there. Like that. Okay, so first of all what I want to do is start with the front. So as you can see, the front kind of has that bending inside. So what I want to do is just select every face around this and just push it out. Let's just see how much. So it would be basically something like this, and then just push it in like that, and probably just push it back inside a little bit more. Okay, now what I want to do is just go for a backside and select every face there, just so we can start extruding this whole piece. So first what we can see is there is some sort of a hole around this place here. So we're just gonna leave this like that. Now what we're gonna do is start with a little bit of scaling here. Since this part should be a little bit bigger, we can go all the way to about this position, I believe. Yep. Actually what we can do is maybe give it a little bit more like that, and then just go for one more like this. That would be better. Now as you can see, we have one big hole here, which we are going to create by extruding it like that. So this would be our place where we're going to put the hole. Now what we want to do is just move this part. This is again scaling. We can push it a bit like that, and we can just do one more extrude like this. And now let's just see from our perspective here. As you can see, there is now a smaller shape. So what I'm going to do is try to create that too. So I'm just going to scale this really down like that. I'm just going to place this on about a half. Before actually extruding, I want to just scale it up a little bit, move it like that, scale it down a little bit like that. Okay, so this would be this part here, this section over here. Now as you can see, we can go all the way, and that's what we are going to do. So we just have to create now the same, basically the same model as this. So the way we're going to do that would be by just duplicating this whole piece from here downside like that. Okay, so this would basically be our main look. Before that, we're just going to add some more details to this, and then we're just going to duplicate. So first thing I want to do is just add those holes that we were talking about. So this first one should go really not that deep. Now this hole here goes something like that. Okay, now what I want to do is add some details to this model that we've created. So I'm just going to start off with this. So just gonna take all of these faces and just push them out like that. That'll be good. Now what we want to do is, actually let's take that a little bit higher. So what I want to do is just take one more edge again,
but no, not that tool. We need to insert edge loop tool, and let's place it a bit bigger, like that, so it can be seen. Okay, so this is better. Now what we want to do is just add a few lines here just to keep the structure, keep the shape, like that. We're just gonna start adding here lines because we will need them. So let's just add some lines here, there. Okay, let's add a few here. One goes like, okay, I can't get it from here. Let's just try it here. Okay, one goes there, one goes up, and again the same thing for the inside of the hole, like that. Okay, okay, that would be better. So let's just see what we got for now. Yeah, that looks better. That would be it. Yep. Now what we want to do is just finish off the same thing for this hole here. So we're just gonna add some lines like that. Okay. Okay, that would be good. We can go here now and add maybe one line here, one more here and here, just to keep the shape like that, and that would be it basically. Yeah. So now we're starting to get some details related to this. The next thing we want is to create this some sort of shaft opening for this part here. So the way we're gonna do that is by scaling things out like this. Okay, and just pushing it inside like that. Okay, so now as you can see we are getting this nice detail over here. We can even scale it a little bit more, push it a bit more outside like that. Now the next thing I want to do is create a few screws around this. So the way I'm going to do that is by just scaling this. It probably would be the best thing to go here for our front preview, and just going to extrude this one now. So we need to extrude it for about this size. Okay, that would be good. Now what I want to do is take the same one, duplicate it again, get it a little bit smaller, and like this. So I can push it in really nicely, like that. Scale it a bit down. Okay, so this would be good for detail here. Now what I want to do is just position everything on the other side and at the bottom. So I'm just going to go for it like that. Just place it something like here. Okay, so that would be finished this whole section here. Also, as you can see, there are some details you can add around. I won't do that now, but if you want, you can just work on it. So it's basically some details over here. If you see what these, you can easily add it. What I'm going to do next will be this part over here, so these planes. The way we are going to create it is real simple, real basic. So we need one cube. We're just going to scale it down like that, and scale it a bit more like this. For the next thing we want to create would be a plane, and as you could see here, it's sort of a one is square shape and the other one is like twice the size, and it has 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 models there. So what we're going to start off would be the bigger one, so we're just going to push it a bit inside like this, create it a little bit bigger like that, maybe just a little bit smaller. That would be fine. Also this part could go a little bit smaller. And now what I'm going to do is just duplicate this part, place it a bit differently here so it's having a small gap, something like this. And now what I want to do is basically take all of these and just duplicate them. So this is 4, and this would be 6. And what we're going to finish off would be this one bigger, like that. Okay, so now we need to connect these parts, and the way we're going to do that is by adding one of lines here, one of the loops, and what we're going to do is take these side faces and just extrude them out, like that. Okay, now what we want to do is take these parts over here and combine them. So these planes are combined now, and what we can do is just go for modify and center pivot. Now we go for extrude, and we're just going to extrude a little bit, so something like smaller, like that, something like that. And the next thing we want to do is just basically push it in like that. Okay, so everything's combined perfectly now. What we want to finish off would be basically just duplicating this and connecting every single plane together. Oh, sorry. Without that, we're just gonna duplicate it, place it like this. Now what we want to do is just keep doing this all the way. So something like that, that, like that. So we can just easily have them all together, like that. Now what I would probably do would be scaling this a bit more, like that. Pushing it a bit inside, just taking the vertices now. So I'm just fixing the scale here, really. Something like that, and something like that. Also, what I want to do with the vertices here is just push this out, something like here. And now what we want to do is basically just combine everything here, go for modify, center pivot, and place it at the right position. So let's just see what that would be. First of all, what I want to do here is just add one more line here, just so we have a little bit of a structure there, so I can see where I have to put this part in. So it would be, let's just see from a top perspective. So it would be somewhere like here, I believe. Let's just push it down just to see. Yeah, that would be the right position. Now what we want to do is just rotate and try it again. Okay, so something like that would be good. Yeah, so that would be the first part. Now what we want to do is really just go for modify and freeze transformation, duplicate this type of mesh, and just do the exact same thing here. So it would be like -45 for instance, and let's just push it down like that. Okay. Okay, so now what we have to do basically would be just combining these two and duplicating, modify center pivot, and just pushing it on the other side. So we need 180 minus 180, and what we want to do is just see if we are positioning this correctly. So it goes something like this. And now, as you can see, here are the first parts that we've created for this top section. Now what we want to do is just see what else we could add. So possibly this one big line in the middle. So that would be a simple cylinder block here. Just placing it in the middle, changing the scale. Okay, like this. Let's say that this looks good. Now what we want to do is just scale down a little bit more. This is kind of too big. So something like that. Probably want to go for vertices, push it a bit more up. Like that. Okay, that would be good. Now what we can do, as basically you can see, this is the first part pretty much finished. So now what we can do would be adding these details here. So as you can see, we have this one huge pipe that goes all the way here, and it's merging with some sort of I don't know, some sort of a cube. Let's just finish up with that cube real quick. So I will just place this cube that I created downside to the reference, so I can just work with it like that. I'm just going to go for vertices, so just push things around so we can create a real nice look. Just go for faces now and basically just finish off with an extruding. So like this. What we want to do here now would probably be just something like that. Actually, let's do, before doing that, let's go for vertices and just change the vertices. That would be a lot easier. Okay, so now we have created this simple look for our cube. We can push it up. What we want to do next is just place it on the right position here. So just go back real quick and place it about here. I don't know. That'll be good at the moment. We're gonna see after we finish with pipe. So what we're gonna do for a pipe first. Oh, sorry. So what we're gonna do for a pipe first would be just creating it, rotating for 90 like that. Now what we want to do is just push it back just so we can see what dimensions it should take. So it's not that big really. Let's place it at the middle like that. I believe this would be good. Okay, something like this. Now what I want to do is just go for vertices here and push them out just so I can see really the scale and everything. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is just mask this whole section here, and the way we're gonna do that is just by adding this cube one more time. So I'm just going to create a cube and create nice detail here. Okay, so we're just fixing that up like that for a moment. Now what we want to do is just push this up, as you can see. We can probably scale this up a little bit, and basically what we want to do is create a boolean between these two parts. So what I'm going to do is actually take this one, duplicate it, go for boolean here. So we just create the difference there. Actually, let's do it even better. Create this one a little bit bigger, something like that, for instance. Just push it out like here. Just take that bigger one and do the boolean difference. So now, as you can see, we are having this nice difference here. We're getting some details there, so that will be pretty good. What I can do probably with this camouflage that we've created for our pipe would be just adding two lines like this, going for vertices, taking these top vertices and just pushing them down like that. Okay, so we just create some little bit different look. Okay, so let's just see what we else have here. Actually, this part goes pretty much more. So what I would probably do is just go for vertices here now and take all of these and just push them more inside like that. Okay, so that looks good. Okay, what we can do next here, as I said, I won't do all these details here because I can't really see what's happening around. We can add maybe some details of our own, but we'll see about that later. Okay, so we finished this part. We could probably start off with this part here. As for this part, same thing goes. I won't do these details here. I don't want to change the number of polygon faces here that I have to a lot higher. So what I'm going to start off with now working on would be this part, this section here. So let's just see. I believe that would be actually the same process as we did for this part. Let me just see what we've got. That looks good for now. So for that part, what I want to do now would be just creating the planes. Let's just see how many planes do we have actually there. Okay, so we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe 10. So it's like 18, 20. So it would be like 20 maybe. So we're just going to create a plane like this, for instance, like that. And what I want to do, let's just see what's the shape. This is basically the same shape for every. It's a cube, almost a cube. So almost a square, sorry. So a little bit higher, like that. Now what I want to do is just duplicate this part here, like that. As you can see, we have this one nice line that will combine everything here, so we don't want to interfere with that. And now what we want to do is just double things. So let's just see what's the spacing. So again, it's a real small spacing here. It's something like that. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so this would basically be it, I believe. Let's just move it back. Let's just modify center pivot here real quick. Go for combine real quick on these ones. Center pivot like that, and just push it like for about this position. Yeah, that would be good. That would be perfect. Okay. So what we want to do with these is just extruding it about this size. Let's just see. Yeah, that looks good. We can probably do the what I want to say. We can probably do some rotation later. Okay, so what I want to do now would basically be just adding one straight line that will merge everything here. So it's a little bit of a different sort of shape that we are going for here. Okay, so this would be the position, I believe. Just push it down so we can see. Yes, this is exactly what we need. We're just gonna push it down like that. Place it back here and scale it up. Scale it all the way. Okay, like that. Scale it a bit more here. Place it like that. Okay, so what we want to do basically now is just go for vertices. Take these ones, push them all the way back here. Take these ones, push them all the back here. Like that. So everything is combined with these. And now what I can do is just do a combine for all these parts. Okay, we just want to go back from here and take here these parts and just isolate it again. Okay, so that looks good. What I can do now is just go for modify and center a pivot again and rotate this a little bit like that, for instance. Now what we have to do and what we have to add would be something that will connect these two parts together. So we're just gonna add one more cube, go back and push it down like this. Now we have to scale this. I'll try to push it actually exactly at the middle here. This is what we need. Okay, so something like that. And what we want to do is just go for vertices and push them back all the way to the top, like here. Okay, so we'll later on add some details to that too. let's just go back now, see what we've got. So as you can see, I actually worked on all this section here, and it looks basically the same, so good. So let's move forward to the next part. So the next section that we have to do is this part over here, and after that we can just move forward. Okay, let's see how we're gonna do that. So basically what we want to do is, as I can see here, there's the same details. So what we want to do would be duplicating this section from here and just pushing it down like that. Okay, now what you can do with this model is probably just go for faces and delete all these. Let's just see how much we can actually delete. So we have this one whole huge piece that goes all the way, yeah. So we can delete all these faces from here. We can even delete all these faces from inside. So we are just left with a nice starting point here. So I just want to delete everything like that. Okay, so we have now the starting point from here through which we'll create the other parts. Okay, so because of this section that we've created, we can now work on the tower here. So basically, let's see how it looks from this perspective, from the front. I just unisolate. Okay, so let's see. This would basically be, let me just see if these parts I believe are on that tower. Yeah. So basically how we're gonna do this is just by using this reference actually. So we're just going to go for a cylinder and we're gonna start from here. Okay, so let's just go for vertices, push them up for about this position here. And take these vertices, push them down about, let's see, here. Okay, so this is the part where we're going to start off. So what I want to do now would be just taking this model and isolating it all the way. So object mode, I'm just going to go back here so I can isolate it and work on it. Okay, like that. So let's see, first thing we will go for would be the top part. So what I'm going to do is just basically select again all the faces. You can create these cylinders in a lower subdivisions, so it will be easier for you to select everything. So what we want to do is just create this nice look here, and that would basically be it for that part, I believe. Let's just see. I could maybe just add one more extrusion like that here at the end. Yeah, so something like that. Also what I would probably just add would be one more extrusion, but inside like this, for instance. That would be good. Yeah, like that. So we just push it inside so we can work on these faces later. What I want to do here is just go back for bottom and then just simple extrusions and getting the shape right. Okay, so basically what we want to do is start with scaling at this point. So this is what we want. Now what we want to do is just work our way all the way back and just push this down. Now what we want to do is just scale again like that. We'll just push it a bit down more, scale down like that. Actually, let's just go back a little bit more, scale it here first, and then just go back down all the way like that. And now what we want to do is basically just go for this shape. So we need it like that, and that would be it. Now we have to just push it down all the way like this. Okay, so this would be the shape of our tower. We can fix it a little bit more later on. Actually, we're gonna do that now. So what we're gonna do is just scale these things up a bit, like that. Let's see what we have here. So we can scale this up a bit, like that. As you can see, this part here could be scaled up a little bit, like that. That looks good. This part looks good. I could probably just scale this down a little bit like that. Okay, so this is what we've got. Now, as I said, I want to work some details here. So I'll just push this up like that. Let's just see what actually exactly happens over there. So it's basically like that, the way we want it. Now what we can do is just go back for faces here. I believe we can work on these faces too. So we're just gonna do an extrude again, push it inside again, and push it down. Just push it a bit more. So without extrusion, let's just go back for extrusion and push it all the way back here, that way. Okay, so like that. And now what I want to do is just push this part down like this. Okay. Oh, I took some wrong faces here. That's what I was talking about. Some wrong faces you just sometimes select, and it happens. It happens to everybody. Okay, so let's just push this back now here to about this size and just scale it down like that. Okay, so this would be pretty much the details we need there. What I want to do is just add some lines just so I can keep the shape. So what I want to do is add one to here. What I want to do here would probably be just adding a few one like that. Okay. Now what I want to do is basically just adding more lines. Like this. Okay. That looks good. Now what I want to do is just add one here. Okay. I'll probably do that same thing here at the top, just so we can keep the structure here, like that. That looks good. Okay. Oh, we don't need that one. We don't want that. Okay. So let's see what we got at the moment. I'll just add one more here. Okay, so this is basically it. That looks good. So for this part, what I want to do is first of all place it at the right position. So that position would be right here at the center, like that, and just push it up like this. Okay. Now we're gonna start to add some details to this part too. Then we're gonna scale this up a little bit so it fits this model here. So for now this looks pretty good. Let's just check out what else we can do here for adding these planes. So there'll be a few lines that we could just add some holes inside and so on. We could add some, probably some cubes. Okay, let's start with that. Just go back for isolation of this. Now that is placed correctly. So as I said, what we want to do is just add a few holes. So the way we're going to do that is just by adding these lines like that. Just gonna go for these faces and extrude them real quick down. Okay, we're just going to keep doing this for our model. So I would probably add one more, like here. Okay, let's just go. Extrude again, like that. Let's check it out, that looks good. And we can add probably some more, but with more space between. Like this, one here, and one at the bottom. Okay, so what I can do now is just take these faces and extrude them again. Okay, like that. So that's the first part that we wanted to create here. Now for this section here, what we can do is add some lines at the horizontal, but I don't want to do that. um, so let's just start with the planes. After planes, we're gonna create some different details on this, just so we can have just a little bit more details to it, and then we're gonna continue to the other parts. Okay, so let's just start off with, let just check out something real quick. Okay, so let's just start off with plane again. So what I want to do with the plane now would be creating it in a different position. Like the first thing we want to do is place it something like this. That would be good, and something like this at the rotation. Okay, so that would be good. Let's say it's minus 25 on x-axis. Say it's about 8 at the y-axis, and let's say it's minus 80 at z. Now what we want to do is scale it and just duplicate it. So basically we need the three different planes like that, with a gap between. Okay, like this. Now what I can do probably would be just combining immediately and just creating this full mesh like that. Okay, that looks good. Now what we want to do is adding lines that will hold to this. Well, actually there is a 4. Okay, there is a 4, 1, 2. We're just gonna go for separate, and we're just gonna create one more here. Let's just modify center pivot real quick. So we want one more here, like that. Okay, so it's actually 4. Doesn't matter. Okay, like that. So what we want to create now is this grids that will hold to each other. So the way we're going to do that is by adding again the cube, scaling down all the way down like this, and scaling it down like that. Okay, so this will be the first one. The first one goes on top of this one, on top of this plane like that. Just find the right position. I just want to scale it out a little bit like that. Just change the position a little bit more, something like this. And what I want to do is also change the thickness of this, also about that. That would be good. Yeah, also I could rotate it probably a little bit. Actually we don't, because we're gonna use it again. So what I want to do is just duplicate this for each model. This. Okay, like that. That looks good. So the next part that we want to create is the section here that will connect these panels to our tower that we created. So let's just go for, not that one, let's just go for cube again. rotate it again in the position, scale it down, push it in like this. For instance, let's just go back to top view just so I can see what I'm actually doing. So let's place it for instance like there, rotate it a little bit like that, and now what I want to do basically would be just scaling it out. I believe that's the only thing we have to do now. So we just want to scale this all the way like that. We just want to push it back in like that, and we just want to change the rotations like that. Okay, so let's just see how this actually long it should be. Okay, so if I were to just take this one and place it here, where it's actually getting connected, I think it's to the panels, and if that's the case, we need it smaller. So we just want to change the vertices here. We're just going to push it up like that. And now what I'm going to do is just duplicate this part and bring it back here. Okay. Also what I want to do is change the rotation. So let's just fix it by working on this one. Okay, something like this would be probably good. I'm just going to check it out now. So we're just going to push it down and push it back in like this. So now the difference is that we have to just push these ones like inside that and like that. Let's just check that out. So that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty solid. What I want to do is duplicate this one and just I don't need that position here. I need this one. So let me just check it out real quick from here. That looks good. Okay, so we need the top now, and what we're gonna do is just basically drag things out here like that. Now we need this one to be on a different rotation, so it needs to go on the other side, and the way we're gonna change that is by using this here. It's like that. Just check it out. It's a bit too much maybe. It's actually going for this side here. Let me just check it out real quick. Yeah, it's actually good this way. Let's just check it out from the rotation that it was here. If I just push it back like that, it will go for something like this. So yeah, I was right. We have to just push it back on the right side like this. That would be good. Okay, now what we want to do is just rescale things up a little bit, change the positioning, and that would be it basically. So just go for vertices like this, and what we want to do with these vertices is just push them in like that and push them up a little bit, push them back now, push them back in like that. Okay, so that would be good. And basically what we want to do now is just duplicating these ones and pushing them all the way to the other side like that. Okay, now since this is not the same uh, same difference in spacing, what we want to do is just fix this up a little bit with the vertices. You can just do the thing by pushing the vertices out like that. What we want to do now is just repeat the process for the last one. So it's something like that, and again we go for vertices here and just push them in. It's a bit too much like that, and go for these vertices and push them in to this plane. That's a bit too much like that. Okay, so let's just see what we've got. That looks good. Now what we want to do is combine everything here. Go back here and just go for modify center pivot like that, and just place it back up like this. Now, as you can see, this part actually goes on a little bit differently. So it's connected with this part, this section here. So let's just tweak that a little bit, like that, something like this. Okay, so something like this would be good. From this perspective, it looks good. So what we want to do basically is just duplicating this one and rotating it on a different side, so it's like 180 on y-axis. And what we want to do now is just push it back in, same positioning. So just fix things a bit here, and that would be it. So we're just going to change the rotation actually a little bit like that, and push it back in like this. So let's just check that out real quick. Okay, let me just see if I can maybe use the geometry tool. It will help us a little bit more, so I don't have to work with uh, fixing this rotation. So let's just go for -x. Yeah, that is better. So let's just do it this way. So just go for geometry tool, the mirror geometry, and mirror it to -x. Now go for a separate and take everything from here, and now combine it again. Just go for combine again and go for modify center pivot and just push it back up a little bit and push it in like that. You can even push it out like this a little bit and like this. Okay, so this would be good. So we now created these nice planes here. Probably what I don't want to actually do would be just pushing that up. You can leave it down this way. And for these ones, I can just go back a little bit more. So let's just modify center pivot. So I'm just fixing now the way everything should stay. So it's something like this. Okay. Okay, so as you can see now we've created the basic look for this model. It looks fine. It's good. So what we want to do next would be just let's see from here what else we have. If there's anything else we can do on this side. Yeah, the top side here. So as you can see, there is more of planes at the top side. The way we're gonna fix this will be by again creating the planes and just repeating the process. So let's just see real quick how many do we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's 8 different planes now. Let's go for plane, isolated. Now as you can see it's a little bit different. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's like this. We're just gonna go for combine and same thing, same procedures. So we're just gonna go for quick extrude like that. Now what we want to see is how they are connected with each other. So you can see there is a downside line now. So we're just going to create that real quick. The way I'm going to create it is by adding again one cube, scaling down, like that, and I'm just going to push it in this way. Okay, like this, and I'm just going to take the vertices here now and push them all the way to the other side, like that. Okay, so now as you can see they are all connected, and that's basically it. What we want to do now is just combine everything from here, go back, go for modify center pivot, and we just want to push things around now a little bit like that. Okay, so something like this. It's a little bit smaller, so we're just gonna create it like that. We're gonna rotate this for 90 degrees like this, and now we need something that will connect these two parts, so this tower and these planes together. Okay, like that. Now what I want to do is just create probably one more cube, just push it back to the position and scale it down, push it back just so I can see what I'm actually doing, and scale this out like this. Okay, so let's just place it like that. Okay, that would be good. I just want to place it a bit more down, and what I would probably do with this one is just push it a bit more on the other side, so about here. And now what I can do is just take this part a bit here and take the vertices and just push them in, so like this, for instance, like that. Okay, so we now have the nice details over here, and as you can see, this pretty much covers all these parts over here. So this is the part where we're gonna stop. In the next session is where we're going to finish off with all the details, and where we're gonna finish this whole section here, and then the next and the last session will be the texturing of this whole project. Thank you guys for watching, and as always, stay tuned for more. Hello everyone, so as you can see, this is where we left off in the last session. We've created this model here, and this is the first part of this centerpiece. So this is all this part. I'm just going to real quick go for adding some more details to it, and after that what I'm going to do is start off with this whole section around this area. So let's just get started. So I won't really go for, as I said, really much details. Instead of that, what I'm going to do is just add some nice details here as the edge loops for some more holes. Okay, so we're just adding some more details this way, like that. Okay, let's just place it a bit like here. So I'm just going to give this a little bit of a structure, and after that, that's basically it. For the rest, we'll just talk a bit while we are doing the textures, what you can do for most of the details that are given this this model look, and we can talk a little bit about the way you can work on textures in order to get the desired look. So I think this as pretty good for now. So what I want to do is just see if there is anything else before we start. So just isolate everything here. So there is this huge part that combines with everything here. Okay, that we'll do later. Okay, that would be it. So let's just start with this part here. So as you can see, it's again cylinder. We're just going to rotate for 90, scale it down like this, and just place it on the position like that. Okay, so I'm going to start from here. So I just want this to be a little bit bigger, like that. That's a good size. I just want to go for vertices here real quick, push them in like that. Okay, what else I would like to do? I will go without this part here because I don't know what's behind it. So what I want to do now would be a pretty basic shape. So let's just push this back in. Now through this you can see actually the dimension that we are going to create this side. So we are we create this model here, this piece, we are going to just combine everything here and scale it down a little bit. Okay, so let's just get started. What I wanted to do now is going for my faces here and just again take everything okay like that. Now since we don't see what really is going on here, I'll just push it here, here, and now what I want to do is start with scaling. So scale it down like this, push it in one more time like that, and scale it one more time like this. Okay, and now I want to just extrude this all the way here. Now what I want to do, take this faces and just extrude them all the way down like that. So that would basically be the shape we want to create. Now since we already created this shape, I just want to make sure that everything fits perfectly here. So let's just go and select everything from here. Go before we start anything else actually. Let's just go edit, delete all by type history. Just so I'm a little bit clearer on what I'm going to do next. Okay, like that. That's a bit better. Okay, so what we want to do next would be just taking everything from here and just combine it. Okay, now what I can do is just scale things out like that. Just push it in and see where we are going with it. Actually, let's not take you, let's take you back here so we can see where are we. Let's just take you here, this position, that's good. We can scale this a bit more, so about this size. That would be good. Now we want to just push this back up a bit just to see where we are going with this whole model. So it needs to go like that. Okay, so as you can see for now, this would basically be the look and the basic design. So what we want to create now here would probably be just, let's just see, taking it back a bit, taking this whole piece here and just going for a fill hole. So where is it? It's a fill hole here. Okay, now what I want to do is take this part like that and just extrude these parts over here like that. Okay, so this is where everything should be fit in. So I just have to scale this out a little bit just so it can all get nicely here like that. Now what I can do maybe is just push the vertices around. So we are now pushing these vertices in, so we are keeping the shape. Okay, let's just wait to see what happens now. Okay, I suddenly clicked on too many options. Actually, let's not do that. We are tweaking a lot with the shape. This looks good. It won't be even noticeable because we'll have this upper part that will fix up to that side over there. So that looks good. I can even push this actually a bit down. So something like that. And then this will be perfect. And this just goes a bit more here. Okay, so that's it. Now what we want to do is basically start creating these shapes. So we'll go pretty basic, adding some details from the mesh, and the rest I will explain how you can do with texturing. I'll just place you somewhere over here, I believe, and push a bit outside like that. first part. I can just probably scale it down a little bit, like that. The next piece that we have, actually it's now a bit downside, just like that. Okay, that looks better. Now the next piece we have here is just a few of these shafts. So we're just going to create it by using the same one we used here. That will be like on 90 degrees on x-axis, like that. And now what we want to do is just place it on a position correctly, like this, and just start creating this nice look for shaft. It's supposed to go there, so it's a bit scaled up. Changing here the scale and just pushing it in like that. That would be the first one. The next one would be on a 0. So it would go up like that. Let's just push it back here. Okay. So let's just see what we get next. So as I said, I won't do this part over here. Now what we can do probably for this section, for this section, would be, let's just see. Let me just check out real quick something. Okay, let's just see what we can else do here. So just adding some lines. Just fix this real quick. I took the line too, so that's the reason why I could not extrude. Okay, something like this. Push it up. Now what I want to do is just take these parts, push them a bit outside like that. Maybe take these now and just push them in. Actually push them out like that. We'll just take these ones and push them one more time like that. Okay, so now we are adding some details to this section here. Let's see what else we can do. So most of these parts here, as you can see, are basically the texturing process. For this session here, as you can see, I can't really see what's going on. There is a lot of details around it, but since we can't see what's happening, we'll just skip it and add something something easier. So for this part, for this side, we have a few boxes, and we actually won't go even for the boxes there. We can do something more, like, let's just start with the shape of this. So let's just go for some edges. So just taking these edges here, pushing them inside like that, adding some more edges like that. Probably just add one more here, pushing this all inside like that. Now I'm just doing a little bit of my own details here. Now I can add some boxes. Okay. Scale that out. Okay, so something like this. A bit more. Just fix it in like that. Okay, so this will be the main shape. Let's just see what actually we got there. So the problem is, as you see here, this part continues all the way to the other side, and I don't know what actually that means, what actually it is. So that's the reason we are not going to fix on working that. If you really want to create that specific sort of a look, what you can do would be just trying to search for each of these parts a single blueprint, and then you can work a lot better with the detailing process. Okay, like this. Okay, just adding these lines. Let's just see what we've got. Okay, that's fine cube. Now what I want to do is just extrude this part over here and this part over here, like that. So we're just going to add some details to this. Okay. Like that. Let's just see what we got. Okay, so that looks good. Now what we want to do is keep the shape for this side of the cube too. So let's just see what we are missing of the lines. We miss one line here, and I believe it's only one line here. Okay, yeah, so that would be good. Now let's just see what we got there. It's a nice cube. Okay, that's looking good. Let's just see what we else have here that we could actually create. So the same thing goes basically here. We can't see what's going on. So the rest of the details that I'm going to add here would probably be some antennas and so on, and that part we'll do after we assemble everything together, so I can just use the ones I've created on this model here. So this would basically be it now for, actually I'm going to use now something from this model. So that would be this part, because we can see what's going on really with this whole section here in the middle. What we are going to do instead would be just adding one of these shapes that we've created and just basically scale it all out. Okay, so what we want to do is go for vertices, whole section of vertices here, push them down this way, and then just take them all the way from here and push them all up. So I'm just going to see how high it should go. It's about, well, it's about that, maybe a little bit higher. Okay, so this will be a little bit different. Also, what I'm going to do now would be just adding a few extra lines here, just so I can work a bit more on the details here. So as you can see now, I just try to add all of these and just push them in like that. So we're basically now adding some details to this model, so it looks a bit better. We're gonna do the same thing here. Oh, that's wrong. So what we're gonna do is go back, take all of these again and just push them in like that. So we're just adding some details through which part is going where. This part goes here, and basically this part should now go there. Let's just fix things up here before we move on, so we can just see where we are about to connect everything. So it should be at this position here. Let's just check this out. I could probably fix things up a little bit here. Let me just check out what else we can do. Created that already. Okay. So what I want to do now is basically just push these parts from here a little bit inside. So not much, just a little bit like that. Now what I can do here would be just taking everything and combining it together, so I can scale it down a little bit more. So just a little bit more. Actually, let's not do that. It should be good. What I want to do next is, just before starting working on anything else really here, is just taking everything from here. Did not take these ones, just combine them together also, like that. Now what I want to do is just move this one out of the way, take everything from here and do the same thing combining. So just wait for combine to be finished. Okay, like that. Now what we want to do is go for modify center pivot and go for X, just so we can place this on the same grid line that we need. So this would be like here, and this one is at the same position. So what we're gonna do now is just push things around a little bit like that, and this is basically what we're gonna get. So now the only left part to be finished is this section over here, so we can see that everything is connecting with each other. And the last piece that we want to create actually here would be, let me just real quick fix these things up from here. So I just want to push things down a little bit. Okay. So the last piece is over here. The way we're going to create that is, let's just isolate this picture again. Is, as you can see, this is one huge cube with few modifications that we are going to have. So let's start off with a cube. What you want to do basically is just scaling this all the way like that. Now, as you can see, there is a few different positions where we are going to add some lines. So this is the first one, this would be the second one, this would be the third one, and this would be the fourth one, I believe. Now for this face here, what we want to do, basically let's just also make this easier for us here. We just want to isolate this too. So for this face, from face here at the middle, what you want to do is just basically pull it out like that. Okay. Now what we want to do, let me just check out this real quick. And that would be good. Now what we want to do is just immediately add some lines to this, so we know the shape is going to stay the same. Okay, like that. Just going to add one more here. One more here, and one here at this side. And also one more here at this side, and one more here at this side, and at this side. So we're just adding now all the lines needed, so we don't have to worry about it later. Okay, so just pushing it in all the way like that. Okay, so this is the basically the way we're going to create this whole part here. Now what you can see here is also that these lines at the bottom actually goes down up a little bit like that. Okay, so that's what we want to create, but what we want to do now is keep these edges from falling. So what we want to do here would be using an cut tool. So just use the multi-cut tool, and what we want to do is actually just cut through this section over here all the way to here. Okay, like that. Okay, so what we can do now is just go for vertices here and just push them up like that, and that would be pretty nice look that we are going to create here. Okay, that's basically it, I believe. Yes, that looks good. What also I could probably add here would be some lines now at this section here, and let's just see what happens here now. Now when you're using this multi-cut tool, what you have to do is a little bit of manually adding more of the lines. So what you want to do now is just add a line here all the way this section here. Before doing that, we need to add one more line here, like that. So this actually gives this look good. So let's just add actually those lines. Yeah, this would look good. Yeah, that's good. Now what we want to do next, I can scale this immediately, so why not? So what I want to do now basically be just placing these things all together at the right position. So as you can see, this is the position where we are going to fit this part. And one more thing that we have to do is just scale it a bit more, because it needs to go all the way here. And by fixing this, we're gonna see where this actually part goes. So as you can see now, this part should go in about the middle here, about this place, right there. Okay, so now everything is going together. We're just going to push this a bit inside, like that. Okay, let's just fix this a little bit, push it a bit inside, take this scaled out a little bit, so we can just tweak around with it. So let's just create a bit more, like that. Okay, that looks good. So now the details for this part are pretty different. So as you can see, actually there's one more part that here goes, or actually I've created it. Actually, I've created it already, so we don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about it. What we want to do now just is taking these vertices from here and pushing them inside a little bit, like that. Now what we want to do is just create immediately one cube, like this, scaling down and pushing it outside, like this. Okay, so we are now creating at the moment this section here. So we're just gonna scale this and place it about there. So this is the first part, first piece that we needed. What I'm going to do immediately is just creating this this detail over here, so we don't have to worry about that later. So it's basically just a simple cylinder block that will go right there. Okay, so we're just gonna push it out here. It's about this position, I believe. Yeah, it's something over here, something like this. Okay. So let's just scale it down a little bit, like that. I'm just going to add some details to it. So just a few extrudes, like this. And now I'm just going to keep the shape. Also what I'm going to do is just go for vertices around this place and just push them out a little bit and scale it down a little bit, like that, so I can just go and add some lines here. So these lines could go right back, like that. Okay, so this is now basically just a scaling thing. Okay. So something like that. That looks good. That's one more detail that we've needed here. What we needed now for this side is again a lot of other details that we can create. What I'm going to do is make that a little bit simplified, because again we can't see everything that's going on. Okay, like this. Let's just smooth this out just so I can see where exactly I can place things, like that. So let's just push it in this way, down this way, something like this. For instance, there. Just scale it out like this. What I can do with this, just simple adding lines, real quick, like that. Okay, so that now looks good. We have to add some cables here around. That is also one of more important parts. What we can do for this model, instead of creating all those pieces that you can see here, is just taking all these faces like that. Okay, now trying to select just everything. Like that. Now what I want to do is just scale this this extrude that I use, like that. And now what I want to do is just extrude it one more time, but downside like this. Okay, so this will give us a nice structure there. What we want to do here is just add some lines, because this will be the smoothen out part, like that. Probably something like this here too. Okay, and some lines at these parts over here, just so we don't lose the quality here. Okay, so now everything's good. That's pretty good. This is very good. What we want to add now would be, let's see, we have basically the same thing from here, and we're just going to duplicate that piece over here. So basically, what you can duplicate, just don't hesitate. Okay, that looks good. Now let's see what else we can add. This part we already finished. We have these hooks around that we can probably create. They're going from one piece, so it's not that hard to create. But first of all, let's try working on these antennas. That's what I wanted to do actually for a downside too, because I mean, if it's in the space, it has a lot of antennas. It needs them, right? So let's just go back for our sphere, and let's just try creating some of these antennas right there, going down. So that's what we want to do in these boxes actually. So as you can see now, what I'm going to do is basically just deleting these faces that are unnecessary. I want to delete a few more actually. I think the last one would be here, like that. Okay, so I'm just now deleting the faces, scaling things out here, rotating it a little bit like that, for instance, and just gonna go for an extrude like this. Okay, so now what I want to do is just create one cylinder and push this down and scale it out like this and push it out like that. Okay, now what I want to do is just basically go for vertices and just pushing it all out, and some parts going down like that. Now let's just go and scale this out a little bit more and position this correctly together So it should go something like this. Okay, add the middle and just pushing it all the way up like that. Let's just check this out real quick. We can probably just push it a bit more, and that would be basically it. Now what I can do with this is just basically duplicating it and going for combine and just modify center pivot, so we can just have it on different rotations like this, and I can place it somewhere like here. This one could go, combine these two, modify center pivot, so this could go like here, for instance. And around it we can add some more of these simple pipes. So let's just go back for center pivot, and what we're gonna do now is just scaling it out down like that, and just position it around this parts. So basically this is what we want. Okay, now what I can do with these parts is just combining everything together and modifying to center the pivot, and then duplicating and place all that back here but smaller, like for instance this small, and just go for a little bit bigger like that. Okay, let's just push it out a bit, so something like this, for instance there. So this is just a one nice little detail you can add to your space station. Okay, now what we want to do is just add one bigger one, a lot bigger, here. So what I'm going to do is actually add two of these, but a little bit different. So I'm just going for a mesh and delete the first one. Now what I want to do is go for modify center pivot and just scale everything here like that. What I would probably want to do is just scale things out a little bit here, maybe. Just check out how it will look later. Okay, now what I want to do is scale everything from here too, centering the pivot, so just scaling it all, pushing it in like that. I need is these two parts now, so I just want to delete them and duplicate this one back for like this position here. Okay, so now as you can see we are getting this nice shape over here. What we only left with is fixing these vertices, so we actually want to place them a bit down. Going for vertices here, just pushing it a bit down. So it's basically the same process. And now what I want to do is, like I said, I want to create two of these. So I'm just going to duplicate, modify center pivot, and just rotate it here for 180. And just push it down like that. Okay, so this is giving them some nice details to this upper part. Now, as you can see, there is one more here that we are going to create. That would be like the center one. So the way we're going to do that is just by creating this sphere. We're going to delete all the faces all the way to like here. Now what we want to do before starting anything is just scaling this down like this. Okay, and now what we want to do is just use the same procedure, so it's the extrusion, and scale this out a little bit more like that, for instance like this, and just go for separate these models just so I can use the same pipe again, and just scale it up all the way, change the position, so something like here for instance, change the size a little bit more, like that for instance. That would be good. Go for these vertices just to push them down a little bit, and now take this one and rotate it a little bit like that. Okay, so now we are having this all parts together. What we can do now probably would be adding some details here. So the way we're gonna do that is by duplicating this pipe and just creating it a little bit smaller like that. Now what we want to do is just duplicate this one and start the rotation process like this, like that. Okay, now what we want to do is just add two more, like duplicating this one and placing it exactly the same but on different rotation. So we just want it here, like that. Just rotate it a little bit more, like this. And now we need the same one but on a different rotation, so it's like here, like that. Now what we want to do with this is position it at the middle. So let's just see where that middle should be. It's about at this position here. And also what we want to do is just push it a bit more, combine, rotate that all together. Let's just go back for modify real quick. So rotate everything together like that. So it all goes with the rotation of our antenna here, like that. Okay, now what I want to do is just add something like probably a sphere would be good. Scaling it all down like this. Let's just go back so I can see the position. Scaling this down a little bit like that. So I'm trying to find the right position now for this ball that we've created. Okay, so it should go like that. Nope, just a little bit more on this side, and I believe that it's on this side too. Yeah, like this. So what we can do now with these parts is just combining them again and going for modify center pivot again and just fixing this position a little bit better. So it's more of a center, like that. Okay. So now as you can see we have a lot of details, a lot of simple details around this. The rest is basically everything done from simple. Let's just take these from the sides. The rest is basically all done by using the textures, so that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to add a few more details here by extruding these parts like that, and I'm just going to go for insert edge loop and go for adding more loops here. Okay, let's just see what we've got. Yep, that looks good. Now the rest is just adding the lines here too at the top side, so like this. Let's just check it out. Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, that looks really good. So what we are left with, probably with adding here, would be one of these hooks. Actually, there is one, two, there's the third one here. Okay, so we can add the three of these hooks, and that would be basically it for creating all this. We'll just check that out, the way we're gonna do it. So the only thing that I'm left with here doing before anything else is just adding one more detail to this top side. So what I'm gonna do is just create this simple cube, scale it down, okay, push it up a little bit like that, and just scale that down like that. Okay, now what I want to do is just take this, scale it for about this size. That will be good. So now I'm adding some more details to this rooftop, if I can call it like that. So I'm just going to go for something like this. Probably, yeah, that would be probably it. So I'm just going to go for more edges now, like here, 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 and here. And now what I'm going to do is just go for faces, like that, and just going to extrude them all down like this. Now what I want to do is just add one more bigger cube at the top, at the middle of this that we've created. So it's about this position here, like that. What I can probably just do is just go for vertices on this cube. So let's just go for vertices real quick. We don't need it to be that high, so we're just gonna place it like this. Okay, so that will be some nice details. Also, what I can probably do with these is just going for vertices, not that one. Just go for vertices here and push things around like this, for instance, just to give it a different shape. So like this, and that pretty much covers everything now. Now for this part, like I said, we have to add some cables. So let me just see real quick. I think we've added some of these cables here at this section over here. So what I want to do, just check out, we've created them. Okay, so I want to just go for separation and all that process. We can do this easier way. Wrong one. So what we want to use is just the cylinder shape again. Place it at the position here. Okay, like that. And let's just check out real quick this. We can just scale it down a little bit more. Now let's scale it all the way. Push it in just to see if we are at the right position. Okay, that would be it. So what I want to do now is rotate this for 90 degrees like this. Place it something like that and go for faces. Now for the faces, what we want to do is just simple extrusion here, just so we can create some sort of a cables around this box. So I'm just going to start with it. So this is just a rotation process and a scaling process. Okay, like that. Just turn this around a little bit like that. Probably push it in a little bit like that. Okay, that looks good. Just push this around a little bit more like that. Just go for this and turn it around a little bit like that. Scale it one more time and push it in like this. Okay, so one more would be enough. Yeah, so something like that. So we are getting this nice cable look. Here, what we want to do is just push it around and place it like that. For instance, here we have 4. Okay, we can add some of these, for instance, here at this section here. So I'm just going to scale it and place it in the right position like this. Going for rotation a little bit like that. So we can just add 2 more like that, and just go for all these. Just push them in on the other side. And now for the other side, we can just rotate this all the way like that, and just place it like here. And this gives us more of the details here. Now what we could probably do is repeating this process, actually duplicating this cables and just pushing them all the way here like that. Okay, and that covers pretty much all of these parts. I can probably just go for one more cable like here at this box over here. So what I'm just going to do is just scale it down a little bit and push it out a little bit like that. Okay, so that looks good, and that's pretty much it. We've covered everything here. What we can also do is just adding some of these ones around this place, but much bigger, so something like that. Just going to implement it like this, probably change a little bit of rotation here and there, change a little bit of structure like this. It could probably just go like in this direction, so it goes all the way for this model that we created here. For instance, we can create it that way, and we will create one more, and we'll place it on the other side this way, but just changing the rotation all the way. So like that, just pushing it in like this, changing a bit of rotation now here, changing the position a little bit. Okay, that was the wrong one, so I just want to change the rotation and positioning like that. Okay, so that would be pretty good. And as you can see, guys, this is pretty much it. What we are left with is just combining everything and seeing what we have at the end. After that, we will see if we want to add some more, maybe details or something. So let's just go real quick for this whole piece over here. And basically what we want to do now is, let's just see what we will use, a duplicate or mirroring. So if I just mirror it, it will go for a different side, and I think that's the effect we need. So if I just go for mirroring, let's just see what we get. Let's just save this real quick because I don't want to lose any progress that we've created, and this will be kind of a lot to do. Okay, so let's just go for mesh mirror and let's see what it will do. So there is basically 2 ways you can do this. So it's either a mirroring or duplicating and fixing the positions of everything in the way you want it. So yeah, basically this is what we get. It's not that bad at all, but I would not actually do it this way, because I will have to separate everything then and work on it that way. So there is an easier path for us, and that is by just taking the duplicate and rotating it for 180 and just pushing it back in here the same way so it gets the same position as the model before. Let's just check that out real quick, how good this is. Like that would be good. Okay, This whole piece could also go a little bit out, just so we can see this grid being there, like that. Okay, this is good. So this is basically it. What we want to do now is just change the positioning of these planes over here. So the way we're going to do that is just by going for faces and just selecting everything here, everything here, everything here. So basically it's just the selecting process. Check out it and think it selected these parts. Yep. So we're just going to select everything from here too. And we're just going to move it around. It will be a lot easier for us to work it that way than to just separate everything and just work our way until the finish. So let's just go for these. So I believe I took everything. There's one left here. So this is the one we did not use actually. Okay. And the last one is here at this position. So we're just going to go for these ones. So now I'm just selecting everything here that I've basically created. Okay, the last one should be here. Okay, so now as I said, what we want to do is just take these ones and push them around. So this will be a lot easier work for us. As you can see, this already affects my performance. Okay, we forgot this one. So we just have to get this thing back and see which one did we forget. So it should be this one over here. It's this one over here. Okay, let's just do this now. So basically what I'm gonna do is just push this back and rotate it. Okay, like that. That's a bit too much. Okay, and now I just want to get it back into the position that it has to be. Okay, that's a bit too much now. Just go back a little bit. Okay, we just want to give this back a rotation a little bit, like that. Okay, this looks perfect. And that's basically it. By doing this, we have changed these parts here, and basically what we've got is finished this whole section around. So you can now play with these parts if you want. You can rotate it or not. That's all new, but as you can see now, let's just go and real quick delete this plane. So basically, as you can see now, this is what we've got, our whole model done. So this is from each perspective. It has medium, I could say a medium uh, number of details on it. For the reference that we've used, it's pretty good to be that high. So the last thing that we have to do actually here would be a texturing process, and that will wait for you guys in the next session. So thank you for watching, stay tuned, and see you.